My cell says 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get started. Stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Levi, note that all board members are present, excluding Jeff. He is gone tonight. Item C, approval of the agenda. I think we got some changes.
Yeah, we need to strike item H, health update.
Right?
I can give that to my super. I can
Right.
give an update in the superintendent.
We just don't have a staff here to discuss it.
Just
So
remind you to do that.
I would move that we approve the agenda with the removal of item H as mentioned.
Do we have motion and
I'll second.
second? Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0. Okay, comments from the superintendent, item D.
I have none.
Okay, comments from the president. We were gonna hand out some recognition awards tonight, but we got parent teachers conferences, so that's not gonna happen unless we got one that might show up, and if he does, you'll let me know. Anyway, okay. Once again, I need to read this before we get started. This is the board's meeting held in a public setting as opposed to a public meeting. Public comment may be allowed. If so, it's a privilege as opposed to a right. Procedurally, the board is only required to provide a way for patrons to view the meeting. It is not a requirement to host visitors and patrons. The board could simply provide a streaming link. Any visitor / patron who engages in disruptive or disrespectful behavior or comments will be removed immediately. The board president will then recess the meeting until the individuals are removed. The board may choose to resume the meeting with or without patrons in attendance. Again, this is a board's meeting, not a public hearing or discussion. So I think this is probably the fourth month that I've read this. Only thing that I would like to add to it is if you guys don't like something that's being said, just keep it to yourself. We don't need any heckling from the crowd. We want to get through this. We want to listen to everyone, but we don't need talk back. The person that's on the floor gets the 2 minutes. We as a board are not going to be talking to that person or questioning them unless they pinpoint something out to us or one of us, then we have that right. With that,
We have consent agenda first.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I see I already messed up. Okay. Consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0. Okay. I guess we'll move on to item G. Comments from the public. And Ian is going to run this tonight, so I'm going to let Ian read that.
Okay.
Ian's our vice president.
Mr.
Yes.
Vice President.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll start by reading this and then I will set the framework for tonight's public comment. Public comment guidelines. The Hiawatha School Board welcomes public comment. Generally, the school board members will not respond to public comment during the meeting. Time. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes. The board clerk will time each speaker and speakers should conclude their remarks when the buzzer sounds. If there are a large number of speakers, the board may limit the total time for comment and/or may reduce the time allotted for each speaker. The board president may ask groups with the same special interest to appoint a spokesperson. Topic. All comments should address a matter related to the Hiawatha Public Schools. The school board will not hear public comment that involves a complaint about an individual staff member, a personnel action, a student disciplinary matter, a complaint about an individual student, or pending litigation. Decorum. The school board expects that each speaker will provide their full name, be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with others' views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual board member, nor to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience. Speakers will not engage in personal attacks. Speakers will present their comments from the public sitting area provided for them. Speaking. Public comment is appropriate when the board president announces comments from the public. Speakers are called upon when the board president acknowledges the speaker's raised hand. Speakers may not speak more than once on a specific topic. Okay, so for tonight, we're going to allow the same 20 minutes that we allowed last time. We know that the hot topic right now is diversity council. That is the only topic we are going to allow public comment on. I am quite sure that we have both people who are for the diversity council and against or for the removal of the diversity council. So what we're going to do is grant even time. We will allow up to 5 speakers from each viewpoint for a total of 2 minutes apiece. Now, a couple points of clarity. Regardless of whether you use your whole time, part-time, it counts as 1 speaker. We will not be allowing anyone to yield time to someone else. So once you get up, you count as 1 of those 5 2-minute speakers, okay? With that, we are also going to, unfortunately, because we've had some problem with self-moderation in the past, we're not going to allow people to continue, even if they have just a few more words to say. Sometimes that really is the end of a sentence. Sometimes that turns into an extra 30 seconds or a minute. So in order to be fair to both sides of the issue, we are going to say Levi is going to keep official time. When he says time, we're going to ask you to stop there. Sorry, but we'll cut you off right in the middle of the sentence, okay? So just want to get those expectations out ahead of time. What I'm going to do, I think we'll just go ahead and go, we'll have all of one side speak and then all of another side. We could go back and forth. I think this is just as good as anything else, so that we're not playing favoritism. I'm going to flip a coin to see who speaks first. I do have a quarter in my pocket, I think. I am going to designate that this people who are pro diversity council are heads, and people who are anti-diversity council are tails. This is a little hokey, but I can't think of a better way to do it. Okay. All right. So there it is. Tom, if you'll read it.
Tails.
Tails. So the people who are anti-diversity council will go first, and we'll have you go ahead and approach. And we'll, I'll give you the go ahead, and that will start your time. Okay. Where can they come to where they're best start?
Come up here. That way people from home can see.
Okay.
And I'll slide over. I don't know how. There you go. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Levi, go.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Laura Hooper. My husband Jason and I live in the Hiawatha School District with our 2 daughters. All across the country, I see the push to promote diversity, but all I see gained is division. We all come from diverse backgrounds. Not one of us has had the same life experiences. Anytime we focus on differences, someone feels slighted. I imagine that everyone here has, at some point, been picked on or bullied because they were different. If they were to reflect on those times, they probably wouldn't really want to think about them either. They would realize the more people focused on differences, the more they were bullied for them. I propose that Hiawatha schools take a different approach. Instead of a diversity council, let's find our similarities. We need a unity council. Bring people together by finding commonality. All of us are here for one purpose. We care about this community's youth. Our country was founded by people from all walks of life. They had diverse backgrounds, but that isn't what made this country great. What made us great is that all these diverse people didn't focus on what made them different. They rejoiced in the unity that was obtained by their search for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's grab that chair, bring it down. Yeah, we can do that or do something there. That chair. It's hard down there. No, we don't. That's great. Okay. Second speaker, come on up.
go ahead and take a seat here at the mic. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Brady Hoskins. I am a 2009 graduate of HHS and a resident of this county. I would like to begin with a quote from Margaret Thatcher. One of the great problems of our age is that we are governed by people who care more about feelings than they do about thoughts and ideas. A slow rolling revolution is happening in American and Canadian schools. A dangerous totalitarian ideology is pushing out science, freedom, and dissent from the party line. If this is allowed to continue much longer, schools will be degraded to the level that they were in the old Soviet Union, to the detriment of our entire society. We will be intellectually, spiritually, and materialistically poor as a result. As a society, we will also be more susceptible to demagogues and manipulative sociopaths who will exploit the situation to gain power over us. This situation is that dangerous. The new ideology pushing out science, logic, and debate is known as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Its real purpose is not what you might think. Its real goal is to decrease diversity of thought, exclude anyone who dissents from the party line, and deny fairness to those who stand in its way. Its effects are the opposite of its language. Confusion abounds because these slogans are pure propaganda. The words diversity, inclusion, and equity are used for their emotional value, but they are redefined in ways that make them a justification for less tolerant, less diverse, less critical, and less equal society. You can debate whether this is some form of Marxism, but it makes little difference. Like Marxism, this ideology is incompatible with democracy, and so regardless of whether it is a form of Marxism, it is extremely dangerous. Democracy is under severe and unrelenting attack. The replacement ideology will be illiberal, replaced by fascism, communism, or something else.
Time. Thank you. Do you want to leave? Do you want to keep that, or do you want us to share that with the board? The last speaker gave a copy of it. Yeah. Sorry. Your call. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
See. And if you'd state your name, and then I'll tell you to start time, so we'll get your full 2 minutes. Which, and your name is?
Oh, my name is Brian Hoskins.
Okay, and Levi? Okay, go.
I'm a taxpayer of the school district, and I'm going to expand and continue where my son Brady left off. Apparently, today's students think that someone who dares to express their contrary opinion must be shut down by force. And school administrators cannot stand up to the mob, let alone discipline students for bad behavior. In most schools, student activists are now in control. We have to admit that the desire for freedom is slowly eroding. Because the influence of Christianity has waned, the procedures we now rely on to protect freedom and dissent reveal themselves too weak to stand up to totalitarian crusaders driven by self-righteousness, fueled by hate, determined to impose their will on cowardly institutions and morally inept leaders. To bow before their demands is to abandon freedom and dissent. Those bowing to these crusaders falsely imagine that they're retaining their freedom as they adjust their behavior to avoid the chanting mob. But they're only fooling themselves. Don't be fooled. In closing, I would add that as more parents and taxpayers of this district have awakened and become interested in what this school and school board is doing. And one other thing I'd like to, we ask that you please change the venue to a more suitable accommodation so everybody, if this whole town wants to come out here to see with the proceedings and the meetings and everything, because it's hard to get everybody in here. They can't hear in the hallway.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you want part of this?
That's up to you.
I have.
Sure. Yeah, here, thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that was our third. Um, Anyone else that wants to speak against the diversity, as someone in the hall?
I love the guidelines overall. but maybe not.
Okay. Virgil? Okay.
Of course, you know, I'm Virgil Hollauer, Hiawatha taxpayer. And of course, you know, I'm here to fight against the Diversity, Inclusion, Equity Council and whatever. Critical race theory has played a huge part in allowing the radicals to destroy our country. CRT never was a platform to help minorities, downtrodden, disadvantaged, and so on. It was never about love, diversity, inclusion, equality. It's always been about riling up the victims, increasing the hate among Americans, and allowing the radicals to attain power over the citizens of the United States. We've had 8 months of totalitarian form of government. We are fortunate here in Hiawatha. We're a small rural town in America. We will be the last to witness the lawlessness that's sweeping over our country. We will be less affected by the hordes of illegals roaming the country looking for jobs that do not exist. We will all be affected by the power grid blackouts, food shortages, lack of gasoline, market crash, inflation, unemployment. One thing about it, if these radicals stay in power, we will have equity in America. We'll all be slaves to the masters in power. Don't play into the radicals' hands. Don't mess around with diversity, inclusion, equity councils. Don't let the radicals get a legitimate foot in the door. Stick to teaching truth and leave the social engineering by radicals out of our schools. I'm confused and alarmed at where we are in history. We're about to allow this great country to be put asunder by the totalitarian form of government. I don't get it. I am proud that I'm trying to do one minuscule thing to help prevent that. It's a small act, whether I succeed or fail, but I'll have pride in knowing that I tried to stop it. If Biden's top cops raid my home before dawn tomorrow morning and arrest me for expressing my First Amendment free speech, so be it. In fact, I would expect it. I hope the Board of Education will block all attempts by the left activists.
Thanks, Virgil.
Thank you. Yeah, and you want to leave that, Virgil? Or you want to keep it? There we go. One more.
Yeah, is there a fifth speaker that would like to comment in the same vein? Okay. Did I see a hand get raised back there? Okay. Yeah, yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Jeanette Aller, taxpayer.
Thank you.
Has USD received money, any money or grants for diversity training? And if so, who funded it and how much? Does the Diversity Council get their materials from Panorama Education, co-founded by Attorney General Merrick Garland's son-in-law? Is USD 415 a member of the National School Board Association that supports using this material? I am fearful of the government's efforts to silence parents and taxpayers from their First Amendment rights to voice their opinions. We are not the Soviet Union or China yet. We read in 1 Corinthians 12, the body has many parts and all are different, but unless they all work together as one, it will not survive. Diversity councils focused on others' differences so they can be told they are victims of the system and can then blame others for their lack of initiative to succeed. When our son Stuart was a freshman, Mr. James, the school counselor, told them there was over $250,000 available in local scholarships. But if they wanted that money, they would have to study and work hard for it. Instead of promoting differences and victimhood, we should be promoting patriotism and work ethic. We should be focused on uniting the country, not dividing us into different groups.
Thank you.
You want to leave that?
Thanks.
So that was 5.
Yep, so that makes 5. So we'll devote the balance of time to 5 speakers that want to speak in favor of the Diversity Council or related topic. And go ahead, come up, sir.
This is going to be very short. Because 9/10 of this was about CRT, which is not part of the topic. It's the diversity.
Actually, well, no, CRT is very much a part of the Diversity Council topic, so.
I'm still going, oh, I'm sorry.
So you've got 2 minutes, but that's fair if that's part of your, all right, so.
Greg Bryant, taxpayer, patron of the district. All of us, I think, here want to put prejudice and conflict behind us. Some people use one method and some use another. And I think that the history books did, in my lifetime, downplay a lot of the influence of slavery on our founding. And they focused on the remarkable things that the framers of the Constitution did actually accomplish, in spite of their terrific differences of opinion. They're a remarkable bunch of people. However, this softening of the story of history, I think, contributed to the assumption that the Civil War solved the conflict, and it really didn't. Sometimes thinking that the Civil War ended it all makes people blame the victims of racism themselves. And I think I'm not going to read all this. I think I've kind of made my point. There's a great deal of dissent. I mean, there's a great deal of difference in income, strong disparity of income, and it can be traced to structural institutional differences, biases. And history is intelligent controversy. Students want to participate in that, and they will have to participate in that. And I think they need to have a full education on American history. They need to really understand all of America's warts and all. I do celebrate the district's diversity council. I hope that you'll engage with it and not eliminate it. Give them time and work with them.
Time. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Did you want to leave that with the board?
If you'd like.
Yeah, that's. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Is there another speaker? Leah?
Leah McPeak.
Go ahead.
I don't have anything prepared. I just wanted to say that I'm a Christian and I'm a proud American, proud to be a part of Hiawatha. I come from a larger area. I come from the Kansas City area, and I had a lot of opportunities to interact with people from different cultures. My feelings about the Diversity Council is more that it's a way for us to hear different perspectives. All the people on the board are white, heterosexual, mostly Christian, I assume. And I feel like the board members, you guys are elected to vote and make decisions. I don't think that the Diversity Council could make any decisions without your approval anyway. So I think the Diversity Council is just a way for administrators to hear from people they don't usually hear from. And that's all. I don't think about it as being something that's tearing people apart. I didn't really think it would be controversial, just from my background. And I'm trying to learn more from other people who feel differently than me, because I know that conversation and connection is the way that we need to move forward, with or without the diversity committee. But of course, I would prefer to have it just so we don't lose those voices.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to share? participants of the Diversity Council, please.
Hello, my name's Melissa Trujillo, and I'm a retired school teacher. So I taught at the high school for 31 years, but I just think it's very impressive that all these adults are here that are passionate about this issue, because every one of you represents at least one child, maybe many children, and you are their champion. You're championing their cause and what you believe. And myself, first, probably just as basically as a human, I believe it's my duty to be a champion for children. And I think about the children that don't have someone like you to champion for them. You all represent, but there are many children in my lifetime that I taught that didn't have someone like you to speak for them. So I believe that the Diversity Council, that's why I accepted to be a part of it. I'm sorry if I cry, I'm a crier, Hallmark commercials and everything, but I accepted that because I felt that was my duty as a human, as an educator, as a believer in a creator, a higher power, that all children deserve to have that champion. And I feel like that's what the Diversity Council was created, to champion all children and to fight for their causes and make sure that they're feeling valued and an important part of the school district. I saw for myself at the high school that not all children did feel that way. So I do feel it's an important resource and a valuable council to be and to exist. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got time for two more. If there are two more people who would like to advocate for the Diversity Council. Okay.
I'm Beverly Albertson. I am a past board member of this district. And being on a board, I have learned to be very passionate about education. And education is about children. And exactly what Missy talked about. And I support this council because the various children in our district all have various needs. And we need to, there are many ways to support them. And before you can educate a child, they have to feel safe. Their self-esteem has to feel good, and you have to support and protect them. And as a board member, I have said your number one topic, number one issue is academics, education. And there's so much involved in educating a child. And number two is the safety of the child. And the topics that we're talking about here today, as I have said, I don't think the students, if you ask them what they thought their most important issue at attending high school, middle school, or elementary, if you took a survey, I don't think this issue would come up to them. And it's about them. That is our passion, and that is a board, what we're here for. And as Missy said, all of us really have got more in common than we have not in common. We may have different point of views, strong different point of views that I've heard tonight, that I may agree to disagree with you. But the one thing we do have in common is our children. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. We've got time for one more speaker that would like to advocate for the council. Give you just a second to think about it. Don't be shy, but we'll move on if we don't have a volunteer in the next few seconds. Okay.
I'm not advocating for the council, but you didn't have 5 people that spoke pro, so I would like to speak, take that 5th place to speak. Yeah.
No, we're not gonna do that. We're granting even time, so we're certainly not gonna allow 6 of one and 4 of another.
It's not even time. I'll keep.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you've got the routine down by
Yeah.
now.
Hello, my name is Shayna Leahy. I'm a parent of 2 students in the district, and my husband is an educator in the district. We have heard a lot of talk this evening that the reason to eliminate the Diversity Council is in the name of unity. And I truly believe with all of my heart that the best way forward to unity is to have a better understanding of diversity so that we can be more accepting of each other, so that we can meet people where they are, so that we can overcome propaganda and misunderstandings and lack of education, and really be able to see each person as a person in their unique way. And that requires acknowledging diversity. You cannot be someone who believes that the only way forward is through one viewpoint to a unified path. You know, we have been a nation that is a nation of colonialists, of immigrants, of a melting pot in America. And to deny that melting pot, to attempt to gloss over that because we believe we are already equal, is to deny the very real inequities that still exist, and it makes us unable to reach each other. So I think the biggest service that the Diversity Council does is sharing perspectives, being open, demonstrating that we can respectfully look at each other, hear different viewpoints, and move forward with that knowledge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, that will conclude public comment for this evening. Thank you all for being willing to speak and share your passionate views. With that, I will turn the dais, the gavel, back over to Tom.
No, we don't have a gavel.
Okay, so item H is crossed out. Diversity Council, item I.
Is Marissa?
I don't know if they're here from school yet.
Yeah, they may be running that way. I can certainly report on health update if you want to do that. I can give a report on that, or
As it, this is just a question, as it applies, since we've already approved the agenda, would we be able to shift item I down later into the meeting so that we can continue on without? Is that? Yeah. Parliamentary.
Historically, yes. If somebody isn't here to make a presentation for a new roof or something, then we have to push.
So I'll suggest, this isn't a motion or anything, but I'll suggest that we move item I to after the superintendent report.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Can I make a motion to do that? Or is that something that, okay.
Or it can be a consensus.
Okay. So my suggestion and putting it out there for consensus is, can we move item I?
No.
She's here.
No, okay.
Is she ready?
You had the advantage. I didn't have eyes in the back of my head.
Come on in. Or do you want to stand or sit?
I can stand probably.
Well, there's a chair there.
Okay.
And then why don't you settle? Why don't you settle over here and I'll sit there.
Are we allowed to take the mic out or no?
I don't know that you've got the cord to do much with it.
That's fine.
Won't go anywhere.
That's fine.
We have Laura Fortmeyer and Marissa LeMay.
Would you like Mike?
I'd like to stand too, but they wanted us to use the mic.
Yeah, and there's just not the slack to allow that. Our first speaker unfortunately had to squat before we figured it out.
Yeah, you can use mine.
We can try this.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes.
Can the board all see this?
Well, there's no time.
Okay, yep. So we are here representing the Diversity Council.
Lucky us, right?
It's something that I'm actually I was incredibly excited that Lonnie wanted to do this. And so we are just, as members of the Diversity Council, we just advise Lonnie on diversity issues and challenges in the school. So yeah, by the way, I am Marissa LeMay. I'm the Title I Coordinator, Interventionist, and ESOL teacher at Hiawatha Middle School.
And I'm Laura Fortmeyer. I live east of Fairview. I have two daughters that went through USD 415 K through 12.
And I will also say that I grew up in Hiawatha. I'm from Hiawatha. I graduated from Hiawatha schools. And I've also been teaching here this is my 8th year. So I know the schools pretty well. Go ahead and click, sir. So first of all, we wanted to talk about what diversity is, because I feel like diversity is a word that has brought up different emotions within different people. And we just want to clarify what we, as the Diversity Council, the definition that we are going off of. So diversity is the range of human differences that include, and then we have just this nice picture of all these different people. No, it's okay.
So in order to illustrate what we mean by diversity, we're going to start with conventional thinking. Can everybody see this? Okay. So this is data from the Kansas State Department of Education that represents one aspect of our diversity. The other category includes some of our significant Native American population.
And we wanted to include this because this is public information, it's public knowledge. Anyone can get up and look on KSDE's website or look it up. It's on the Kansas report card. This is what Kansas says our diverse demographics are. However, there is so much more to diversity than what you can see on this circle chart on this data, and we wanted to share that with you as well. So a lot of times when we think of diversity, we go immediately to race. And this is just me off the top of my head thinking of all the diverse groups, racial groups in Hiawatha schools. We have, children that are Mexican and Russian and Chinese and Hawaiian and Native American and Hispanic and all of these things, because our schools represent our community. We have a diverse community. Now it's not as diverse as, say, maybe Kansas City or anything like that, but for a little town, it's actually pretty diverse. We have lots of different groups of people in our community, but we also have these groups of people in our schools as well. And so we want to make sure that we are thinking about everybody when we're making decisions and when we're trying to help people.
So we want you to see the council's understanding of diversity with an exercise. So board members, please take a moment and think about your own extended family. And if you need to close your eyes to think about that whole kind of survey, that pool of people, in that collection of people, how many differences can you think of? Physical traits, appearance, personality, physical disabilities, health issues, physical, mental health, learning aptitudes, learning disabilities, lifestyle choices, life adversities,
financial situations. Yeah, so this is a collection. So hopefully within your mind, you're envisioning all these people that that are all just different. People have, family members that are disabled. You might know somebody that's homeless or deaf or has terrible allergies and you don't, and you might be really organized, and maybe your neighbor is incredibly messy and you wish they would clean their yard. We are all different people. So when we're talking about diversity, we're just talking about all the things that make us different people, all these beautiful things that make us different people that when we bring together can really be a strength. So the purpose of this was not for you to necessarily read every single thing that's up here, but we wanted you to see that we're talking about so much more than just race when we talk about diversity. We are talking about so many people with different hair color, and some people wear glasses and some don't. And some people come from single parent households while others, might have two parents at home. A lot of kids, especially in our school system, we have a lot of foster kids. We have a lot of kids that live with grandparents instead of parents. A lot of these kids haven't even seen their parents and who knows how long. I actually talked to a kid today that literally said, I don't even know where my mom is. She's somewhere in Oklahoma. So there are so many different situations that these kids go through that we have to be able to be flexible to meet their needs and make all of them feel welcome.
You can see a lot of these represent just like the tip of the iceberg of people who are already in our schools. And we just wanted to throw that up there to remind you that there are so many things, not to focus on the difference, but just to illustrate what we think, how we understand diversity. And almost all of these diverse characteristics and conditions that students deal with have no element of choice. They are what their circumstances have dealt them, which is why it is our responsibility to be supportive.
And then all of us also have biases, whether we want to admit it or not. Every single person in this room, every single person in the community has biases, whether we want to address them or not. And so some of those biases might even be towards some of these groups of people. Well, that's the same for schools too. Kids come from families with biases, and they usually tend to get those biases as well, whether we know it or not. And it's not to be malicious. It's usually just, oh, well, I've seen this person, and they both had this same characteristic. So that must mean that maybe all people with this same characteristic are this way. We all just have these different life experiences that cater to our biases. And so the kids in our schools have these biases too. And sometimes it can make these kids that might be considered different or have some of these things feel unwelcome or not safe. It's not the same thing as bullying. Bullying is, when one person or a group of people are specifically maliciously attacking someone either verbally or mentally or things like that. This isn't necessarily the same thing. We having our biases aren't consciously thinking of our biases all day long. We're not thinking about how that question I just asked that person might make them feel offended, even though it probably did. So we want to make sure that everybody feels welcome and safe in our schools by helping to alleviate a lot of those biases, by exposing children to people that are different, because that's how it is in the real world. There are different people in the real world. And we want these kids to be prepared and exposed and realize that all of these people come together to make a beautiful whole.
Right.
We're good. Yeah. Okay, so I'll back up a little bit. I don't know if you can see that very well. This is just a little bit of what has been done to try to expose different types of people to the children in our schools. So like in the big picture we had before, it talked about people with disabilities and things like that. So each month, and you guys are probably aware of this, there's awareness months each month for a million different things. Honestly, you can probably find something for everything. There's probably Pie Appreciation Month or something. So what I tried to do was I looked for the ones that specifically highlighted different people or different things that people could go through or different things that were represented in our school. And I tried to highlight them each month. So there's things like certain diseases, celiac disease and cancer and Ehlers-Danlos and Sturge-Weber. People with Sturge-Weber syndrome look different. They have what looks like big birthmarks all over their face. And these are people that are every day in our lives that if you saw them, you might be like, ooh, what's wrong with that person? Or if a kid saw them, they might be like, whoa, what's wrong with your face? Which might make somebody feel very unwelcome and very hurt. And so what I'm trying to do is expose these kids to different people so that when they are actually exposed to these different people in real life, it's not such a shocker. They might be more aware of what they're saying and how it can make somebody else feel. And so these are just different bulletin boards that have different appreciations of people and heritages and just lots of different things. So we have Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I have a lot of things about Parkinson's disease, Lyme disease, cystic fibrosis, autism, ALS. And then there's more on the next slide. We have Black History Month, we have Women's History Month, Universal Human Rights Month, Scottish American Month. We've done bulletin boards, posters. There's been lots of things done on the morning announcements. We had a library notable figure game for Black History Month. And then we also had the Black History Month panel where we asked, we were asked, I was on the panel. We were asked some pretty difficult questions so that we could answer them and allow the students to be able to watch it at the high school, not at the younger levels. But, that way, because there are some differences between races or between different groups of people that children are just curious about, and sometimes they just want to ask a question and they don't mean it to be rude. And so we answer a lot of questions for them there. But I'm trying to highlight lots of different groups of people, not just about race, but about, different histories and things like that as well. So
I have a question about the bulletin board.
Okay.
Excuse me. So is there time for the children to go explore them? Because I see there's a lot of writing and explanations, or is this just something that they're expected to stop and see in the hallway?
So this is a kind of combination. The ones with the writing and things, these were taken from the high school. So they actually did projects on them.
They presented, if there were projects, were they presented in the class?
I don't know specifically, but I would assume. But that would definitely be a Mrs. Fordyce question. She helped me and sent those pictures to me. And then they also, I know that they said a lot of these notable people on the morning announcements and things like that. They did that at the Hiawatha High School and the middle school. The other bulletin boards are just outside of my classroom. They're in the hallway, and kids, and anytime they're walking by, going to class, they'll stop and they'll look. And I've had lots of discussions with kids because I always have to stand outside my classroom and supervise. We've had lots of discussions about some of the things like, oh, I didn't realize there was a Scottish American month, and did you know there are kilts in Scotland? And just lots of fun things. The kids are interested in them.
But your classroom's at the middle school?
Yes, my classroom is at the middle school.
To what extent has the Diversity Council dealt with bullying as a topic?
We haven't dealt with bullying as a topic.
Bullying is addressed, or it's, ongoing
It's
program.
already, we already have repercussions at school. The admin already have, different rules and things set for bullying, and we don't address bullying.
So our schools have a great environment, supportive and stimulating for learning and growth, but they're not perfect. So this is the mission that Lonnie has commissioned the council to help him with. We are an advisory group for the superintendent. Hopefully you can see that. Little difference. I know bullying seems like a focus, and it should be, for a community like the schools, but he's looking for a proactive approach to addressing this human tendency to see difference with unease or as a risk. I think I could say that we believe that diversity is just a reality of how the world, the human race, was created. So it is what we have, and we want to see students embrace that.
But also allow them to see within themselves that, even though they belong to this group of people, and maybe they think that everybody thinks this group of people is bad, they have something to contribute to society as well. We want everybody to feel like they have something to contribute, and all together we can make, our schools a better place, our community a better place, that we can all work together to, for positive change.
So to elaborate on the mission, These are intentions of the superintendent going forward.
These are your recommendations to me.
So do we need to read this out loud?
No, just give us enough time to read it ourselves.
Okay.
No, I don't know how clear is that through the
It's not.
camera? I think, okay, I think it would be good for our patrons watching at home
Oh.
if you did read it out loud.
Okay.
So sorry to put you on the spot.
The first one is provide opportunities for learning and understanding to promote a culture of respect in USD 415. So we have 3 bullet points. Foster recognition of positive contributions that diverse groups of people offer. Facilitate empathy and understanding of others' life experiences from diverse perspectives. Promote learning opportunities about various cultures and their history.
Okay, the second bullet point says cultivate and empower positive change in our community and schools so that every stakeholder feels valued and safe. And then there are 3 notes under that. It says bring awareness to positive changes that can be made to make our community and schools a safe and welcoming place for everyone. Make recommendations to the superintendent regarding the reconciliation of diversity issues, and collaborate to ensure that we are working toward a common goal of valuing all stakeholders.
Thirdly, celebrate the diversity of our community as a strength. Advise the superintendent on opportunities that may exist in our community. Embrace the variety and uniqueness of each person and their experience. Discuss ideas to foster appreciation and respectful relationships toward one another. These are the current members of the council.
Would you like me to read those aloud as well?
Please.
Lonnie Mosher, Marissa LeMay, Melissa Trujillo, Keith Erdley, Carrie Covert, Haley Salazar, Laura Fortmeyer, and Lori Fordyce.
So within that, we have, looks like teachers, board member, administrator, well, 2 administrators, and then the balance would be patrons.
And no children, because I was told by somebody that there's children on this.
No
I just
children.
want to put that up.
There are no children on this council.
When was that mission statement put together?
It's been a work in progress kind of from day one, and kind of gets, I don't know, adjusted as we look at words differently, we think of things differently. I guess it's really just kind of, it has evolved over time, John, I suppose.
I would
Yeah.
say that
It didn't start out exactly as that, but it
That's
has.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd year of it?
Not
Council
really,
second.
we no sooner got started than COVID happened, so.
we've been meeting sporadically for about 2 years at
This will be the
at Lonnie's
second year.
behest.
There were situations in the past where during a teacher training in service, there was a video that they were asked to watch and respond to. Was that diversity council? Or was that?
No, actually, it was not diversity council.
Okay. And there was a presentation put on at the school where some students were up on stage and talked about their particular situation. I think it was somewhat race-based. I didn't attend. Who
Yeah.
sponsored that?
It was in the library.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Black History Month panel.
Yes.
And I was.
That was it. No, it was
It was in the library at the high
It was
school.
recorded.
Okay.
We were still in COVID stuff then, so it was recorded.
I was like, diversity council, that put that on, right? You put on
Yes,
that
they
panel.
organized that,
Right.
yes.
Yeah,
So how many meetings have there been? You do not like on a schedule, like
No,
every second month?
no.
If I was to guess, it'd be that I've been to probably maybe at most 8 to 10, right in that range.
since
Probably 8,
since October of 2019, roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 2 years exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
Really, I think we have kind of worked on our own understanding of diversity issues in the school and the community. And this is an environment of a lot of turbulence, right, in the last couple of years in society. So, yeah, I think we've tried to figure out what you saw here, is what has been drawn out of, again, not very many meetings, but exploration and leadership for wanting.
And is this, and we saw pictures of the bulletin boards and such at the middle school and the high school. Is there any at the elementary school where you?
I know
Trying
that
to
there
do
are,
it.
I know that there are some things going on at the elementary school as far as, some teachers are already just taking it upon themselves, to talk about Martin Luther King Jr. or things like that. We just didn't have any pictures of it and we didn't.
That's what I've seen at elementary schools, that one in particular.
Any individual teacher initiates that kind of work on the wall outside the classroom potentially about any topic. Science or history or-
I'm literally old school, but back when I attended, we taught about other cultures and I mean, it was part of the curriculum. Is that not the case now? That weren't we doing this in our regular curriculum? Have we gotten away from that? I guess, I mean, we taught the melting pot, but then you talked about all the
I think it's
different
it's still
cultures that
mentioned,
came in.
yeah, it's still mentioned in history books, but I'd say that's where I'd leave it. It's mentioned.
I guess I'm saying, why can't
concept
some of this be incorporated with the curriculum to learn about that rather than having an outside group that is outside the curriculum essentially?
I don't have an answer for you. I can't tell you though that on basic curriculum is going to cover that. So, but most curriculum isn't going to cover everything. I mean, there's always that room to where you add and enhance and you go deeper on things. Sometimes.
I think we had Black History Month when I was in school. So, are we adding anything with this that we can incorporate just in the curriculum and what's already available? I guess that's.
And it's not all about the curriculum, it's about the environment, it's about community dynamics in the schools.
And it's about empathy. I mean, that's not something that the curriculum can teach you is empathy, and how to, politely ask somebody a question about, their difference or things like that when they're approaching you, like in a real life situation. The curriculum doesn't teach you that.
So are you guys interested in doing this outside of the school? Because to me, this sounds like this needs to be like community based, because is the library starting something? Did I see that? Somebody here work at the library. I thought I saw the library was doing like a teen group that they were just starting. I think I saw that on Facebook like a couple weeks ago. I mean, when you're talking about changing kids, you have to change parents, and the parents aren't in our buildings. I mean, let's just be blunt. I mean, we see that with almost everything that we deal with. It's what's going on at home, and it's like,
I'm not sure it's about changing kids, though. It's about having an environment where just everybody is respected. Raised valued because.
But that's teaching morals to kids. And I do that with my children at home. And school is about educating kids. And sometimes I feel like we get off the topic. I mean, school's here for educating. And I think we need to make parents accountable for some of the choices that their kids make. And I think the discussions I think is great to have, but I don't think we can sit here and say, well, we got to teach our kids to have empathy. And that needs to be part of our curriculum. I mean, I think our kids have to learn how to read, they have to learn how to do the math, they need to learn how to be able to survive on their own. And I think some of this we have to leave to the parents.
It is the job of the parents. In the school is where this whole collection of people gets dumped together and has to interact.
And they do that when they get to the workforce.
That's right.
And all the other places.
Whereas in your family, it is you. So because it's a community of people, there's plenty of other examples of that. This is an aspect that makes that community work better. I mean, respect makes any community work better.
Well, and I'll touch on that because I think there's building blocks that have to take place. That's why I feel like this is a little bit backwards. You have to have that respect, you have empathy, and then appreciate the other things that people have. So I think we need to get the respect is the thing that's missing, the missing block here. You talked about family having differences, and that's true, and we accept those. but it's because we respect one another and we have a common bond through family is why we do that. So we need to get the students to where they have a common bond, know and respect one another. I mean, I don't start a relationship with somebody based on our differences. When I want to get to know somebody, we talk about what we have in common first. And then once that bond is formed, then, you know, we can ask the more nosy questions, I guess you would call it, that both are comfortable with that. And it's not awkward. It shouldn't be awkward. I mean, but it's a building block. And I think I get this, but I think that's stage 2. I think stage 1 is to get the respect and build from that. The Unity Council, I mean, I've had a lot of time thinking about this. I had 2 more days than I thought I was going to have to think about it. And it really comes back to, let's build on what we have common. And once that building block is established, then this other comes easy. It should, because we know we appreciate one another and we aren't offending one another. But people take offense so easily. I mean, I didn't see a bald guy awareness month up there, which I was kind of disappointed.
I'm sorry, I'll look for the which month that is.
But, you know, if you use that template and look at it that way, I mean, I don't see myself as a bold person. I don't think anybody else on the board sees me as a bold person, but I am. I don't let that affect who I am or how I interact with people. I mean, these guys got all they care, and I mean, they could have hair privilege, I guess is what I would call it. But you know that, and we could have equity, and they have to give me their hair, but that doesn't work either. And I can make them shave their heads, but that doesn't work either. So I mean, it's just unworkable solutions. There's a lot of this, especially with the equity and equality. I mean, life's not fair. I don't know how else to say it. Life is not fair. It's how we manage those things that the cards we're dealt. I mean, I think that's a lot of it, how we see ourselves. And once that's established, then, you know, I guess I go back to when I was in school, it just didn't seem like we had race problems. Maybe it was isolated if we had it. You know, a lot of my friends are black. Anyone's like welcome in my home. A good friend of mine stood up with me at my wedding as my best man. My daughter took a black friend to her senior prom. I mean, I never felt that it was out there, that race was the issue until this one event that we had come up a couple years ago. And it was a bullying situation. And that was the impetus, my understanding, as to why we need diversity council because we thought we had a race issue. But, you know, at the same time, there was a situation where some pictures were photoshopped of a teacher that were posted online. You know, that teacher could have been fired if those would have been real pictures. That was handled differently. I mean, there was discipline policy was put in place and discipline took care of it. But now we've kind of jumped down this rabbit hole, and it's really just stirred the communities. I think it's pulled us apart rather than pulled us together. Is my fear with it that I want a unity council. I like that. That sounds good, and I think I hear everybody wanting unity. So I don't know that that's something that anybody disagrees on. That we should function as one group.
I think the only reason this pulled people apart is because there was not enough understanding or conversations happening, not because talking about race pulls people apart. I will say, so I'm a teacher. I deal with kids every single day. You mentioned that, you know, you as an adult are able to look at a person and not point out their differences, and you want to find what's common. Working with kids every single day, have you heard how blunt kids are? I mean, really.
But I don't think your diversity council is going to change that, because you can go to a zoo and you bypass a little kid in a wheelchair that's got problems, and the 3-year-old, 7-year-old is going to say, what's wrong with them? Just out of curiosity. And I don't think they're doing it because they they look different than them, but they're not just saying that to be mean.
I know they're not saying that to be mean, but I want you to think about that kid in the wheelchair who heard that from that kid and that kid and that kid, every single kid that walked by. What's wrong with that kid in the wheelchair? What's wrong with that kid? Are his legs broken?
Right. And, you know, and I worked for special ed, and I had moms in that took advantage of those situations and said, let me tell you about Jimmy. This is what's going on with Jimmy. Jimmy was born this way. And it's like, I think that curiosity is going to be there. I think kids are going to say stuff.
But in the school setting, they're not going to have moms standing right next to them, telling them what's going on with little Jimmy.
But you're one person on the diversity council that works for the school. That's there where the school kids are. I mean, what's Laura going to do in the school building?
we are all minds that are collaborating together to help.
That's not
leadership.
their
It's the
role. Their
leadership.
role is to try to assess the situation, advise Lonnie, who then advises the school board. So it's really twice filtered, twice distilled before anything ever happens.
Yes.
Looking at it, I think there's a lot of different tangents you can take with this, what you want to talk about. To me, the idea of diversity versus unity is a semantics thing. I think the reason that the word diversity gets so tossed around is if we don't want to say that is because we equate it with diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is the common term that goes around. You know, the term, and I was on an email with somebody today, the term equity scares me a little bit because I think if we're getting back down to brass tacks, we're afraid of the political implications of a diversity council. When I read the description of what the goals are here, what I see is trying to foster peace, love, and understanding against kids that, well, I know it's a cliche, but that's what it is, amongst people of different backgrounds, different home lives, and every different way that you can look at it. Yeah, I don't see that. I don't think that any of us probably actually take issue with that stated goal. What I think is what we're talking around is that we're afraid that it can be a Trojan horse for critical race theory or the tenets thereof. That's a concern for me too. When we have groups that are promoting it that use the term equity, which comes as a buzzword. I'm not going to debate what the true meaning is, but that's a cause for concern as well. I share a lot of the concerns with the people who have spoken out against it because I don't want it to be a way for political ideologies to infiltrate our school system. Okay. And I think if we boil it down, that's why there's people here talking against it. That's why we're coming up with reasons whether we need it or not. I think that's what it is. It's only, but you know what? We could say the same thing about an American history class, about an economics class, about virtually any class in there. It's what we allow, it's what we foster. If their goal here is to celebrate the uniqueness and try to give better understanding amongst our students who don't look like each other or come from the same place, I don't know how we can have a problem with that. The deal is that we need to be vigilant and make sure that those things that we really are concerned about, and I'm talking to the patrons who have come and talked about this, that we don't use it as, like I said, a Trojan horse for CRT or the tenets thereof, that we don't allow it to where we're putting blame or assigning guilt on someone because of the way they were born, whether that's their skin color or what have you. I mean, there's a lot of political ideology that is embedded in some of the hot button vogue ways that we look at race right now, right? So even critical race theory talks about oppressor and oppressed. You look into that, is that maybe just a proxy for the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, going back to real Marxist stuff? Those are the things that give me pause. What I would like to see is this go forward and be apolitical and talk about our differences in the positive ways that you put in there. If you can stick to that, then I don't have a problem with it. If it becomes political, then I'll be on it quicker and you can say, let's go Brandon or whatever. But no, I think it's a good thing. I think we need to jump on it and say what really the concern here is, and that is using it as a way to get concerning political ideologies into school. And if we can be apolitical and if we can do everything you just had on that board, then I don't have a problem with it at all. And I think it can be a benefit for our school. Okay. There's my 2 bits. That's my read on it.
See, now I want to get politics out of education. So I don't think it has a place there. I think we took religion out of the schools because there was ideology that people were opposed to. And I think diversity is a liberal buzzword. I mean, it just is. And when you bring politics in with that, then it becomes the new religion. So you have ideology that people don't agree with. And so if it wasn't good enough for religion, why are we letting politics in? Essentially replacing it. Again, I still want to go back to unity and build that respect instead of focusing on the differences. That'd be the second step. Let's get focused on respecting one another first.
So let's pose that same questions. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Knowledge will lead to the respect. I mean, knowledge of these things will lead to respect of them.
I agree.
I mean, understanding.
And because of understanding.
Yes.
Knowledge, understanding, respect.
So I started teaching here 5 years ago, and I'm not sure if anyone has noticed, I'm the only Black teacher in our school district right now. And I was saying that jokingly, by the way. I taught third grade when I first moved here. I taught third grade for 4 years. And I learned as the only Black teacher in the school district, and probably the only Black teacher that a lot of these kids had ever seen, that they immediately noticed that I was different. Kids would ask me, it was Miss Greer then, Miss Greer, can I boing one of your curls? Miss Greer, does your brown rub off? Miss Greer, what part of Africa are you from? Kids are curious. Kids want to know. And do you think if I would have said, we're not talking about this, go sit down, do you think that they would have sat there and been ready to learn? No, those questions would have been stirring in their head all day. And they would have been wondering like, well, why is she mad about it? What did I say? And, why won't she just answer my question? It's because kids notice the differences first. If a kid is looking at you, they will notice your differences. And if we don't address them, we're not going to get the best learning out of them. But I chose to build a relationship with those kids. We had classroom meetings. I told them everything they wanted to know about me. I let them touch my hair. I let them boing my curls because they were curious, because there's not that many people around here that have my hair texture and have my skin. And I let them rub my skin to see that it doesn't rub off, like it's not going to infect them, the color of my skin. Kids need to know these things. And once they knew, they totally accepted me. And I absolutely love my job. I love teaching. I love touching lives every single day. But these kids need to see and be exposed to different people. And that's what we're trying to do. And it will build respect. They have respect for me.
And that's true of those characteristics and conditions, that it's just never ending list that kids come into the school and staff too come into the school with.
So this isn't going to address anything with social media issues or bullying. We're still going to have those that need to be dealt with outside this.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I'm
social
guessing
media
that
is
we're
bullying.
hoping
Part of it,
that
and that's
with
part
the
of the problem.
understanding comes less bullying as a secondary side effect.
In fairness, I think that is a little bit of an evolution from where we started with this. It was a bit of a feedback loop to say, where are we being potentially blind to, racial issues within the school? It was more of a reaction to have some kind of, because like it was pointed out, you've got all white board that maybe there's some things that we're not seeing. I think that's where we started, honestly. But obviously, when you get to where we're at now, that's a different animal. And that was actually why I asked the question earlier: is how do you deal with bullying? It looks to me like it's a completely different thing. And again, not to go back through my whole spiel, but if it's everything that's on the board that tries to create a better understanding amongst our students and our patrons, and it remains apolitical, then I say good luck.
Are we going to be promoting white privilege? Is that something that's a part of this?
No.
No. What are, I guess we need boundaries.
Now, I guess I might have looked at your question wrong too.
What are the boundaries of this organization, of this council?
Okay, again, the council is advisory just to me, which sounds a lot like I'm advisory to you guys. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I'm a business roundtable. That's an advisory group for me. Okay, I certainly can make sure that we report out to you and let you know what we're talking about, and what activities we're looking at doing, and I think that's
because there needs to be accountability. I think that's a concern that there hasn't been accountability. That's true. It was handpicked by you, and then
well, sure, and so is my business roundtable, and I might ask you for ideas. Hey, you got anybody in mind? And yeah, so anything that's an advisory council for me, yeah, I do pick those. But sometimes I do ask you folks. I've asked Keith, hey, would you want to be on this committee? I think it's important to have a board member on there because they are also your ears and eyes for that as well.
So what are the boundaries? I guess that goes back to
With the Trojan horse, you're talking
Right.
about there's needs to be boundaries.
You know, I think the word boundaries is an interesting word here. I think you have to think about the context that we're living in and figure out where are those issues that are going to cause problems and avoid those, don't do those. And sometimes, I mean, that's why we want a board member on there too, because they get the ear, or they're the ear for the public as well. And they're going to have maybe a different angle as to what is an issue that's going to cause a problem, what might be an unintended consequence, Well, it may be a different way to look at it from a board point of view or from a patron point of view, because, yeah, Marissa's a patron, she's also a teacher. It's kind of a blessing and also a little bit of a curse, because you do see things differently. I'm the same way. I do see things differently as an educator than maybe most of the folks in the community might, because we're educators. We do look at some things a little bit differently. That's why we should have people who are not educators on it. You'll notice, John, I don't know if you noticed, but we do have a number of Brown County Liberty Alliance.
Okay,
on there.
and that was my question. That's been brought to me is, if this is a handpicked group, it seems like it's more liberal than conservative. And so that has been a
Based on
concern.
what
I wouldn't-
evidence?
yeah.
Where's your evidence?
Well, I guess, I don't know. That's what they told me.
That's what
At face value, you're saying it looks that way.
Yeah,
I
it
can
was leaning
accept
that way.
that, because perception is what the perception is.
Where's
So
the
we-
evidence?
Well, and there were minorities on there. I think was maybe some, but they're the ones that are probably involved with whatever the persecution or whatever you want to call it would be. But they're the ones that would be more in tune with what those issues are.
Okay. The reason I try to seek out some people that are different from me, because I think you said at the last meeting, I'm a 30-some-odd-year-old white man. No, I'm not. I mean, partially.
I'm not either.
For me to believe that I understand the perspectives of certain lived experiences is unrealistic. And that's why I need input from people who are not like me. I've got a lot of friends who are like me, and I don't trust them. Now, I simply don't need their opinion. It's going to be similar to mine. And groupthink that is all the same is not going to be very effective. So that's why I did seek people who have different perspectives, different lived experiences. And that's the value in that. So that's why that group is somewhat diverse. I'm going to be quite honest, looking up at it, it's probably not as diverse as you think, but, and you know, that is why we added a person from the Brown County Liberty Alliance on there as well. So
But I think
that's a
there's just,
different thought. Yeah.
there needs to be transparency with the group. I think is what I've heard from people, that what they don't know, and that raises concern.
Well, I would say we do this, and if you're willing to look at, every time we meet, we'll simply report out to you and let you know what's going on. So I don't really want to meet that often, John. I have a lot of meetings, but every time we do meet, if we've met between the last board meeting and now, then we need to report out to you. That is something that the board member could do, or it's something I could do, or it's something I can have a committee member do.
Well, I'd like to hear progress that is being made with what is being shared in the classroom and so on. If there's ways to measure success.
Yeah,
If
it's going to be hard. Yeah, right. It's going to be hard to do. We have not really thought about what will be the landmarks of success. What's that going to look like?
Because we're not gaining anything from it, then people have got better things to do.
John, if we're not gaining anything from it, it probably dies its own death. You know what I mean? It probably ceases to be important to anybody, and it just goes by the wayside. So I think that would probably take care of itself. But, you know, again, I think if we report out to you on a monthly basis, well, excuse me, anytime we've had a meeting, report at the next board meeting in open session, then you have that opportunity to question, you have that opportunity to ask about why we're doing certain things or what you're up to.
Like it's such a hot button issue that, you know, the business roundtable, I wouldn't feel you need to do that necessarily, but this is something the public is concerned about. So we're representing them and accountable to them. So
Let's recognize that there's a lot of inquiry and outrage that you have heard that may not relate to this community, this school board. So
on both sides, I would say.
I don't know if there are sides, you know, I don't know if there's been
Yeah,
ideologies.
perspectives,
There's a
yeah,
lot
so
of
both
assumptions, a
perspectives.
lot of assumptions, a lot of assumptions.
I mean, we understand that there's things that are taking place in, I'll just say maybe the coastal areas that, out on the coast, that are not things you want to have happening here, not things we want to have happening here either. And unfortunately, I think everything gets umbrella because that's what's convenient. Everything that has anything in common with something else becomes that. So we don't want to do that. Again, they're recommending to me, I recommend to you.
So in these meetings that you have, do you talk about specific students, specific issues?
Never, no.
So this
Never.
could be something that could be recorded. Could your meeting be recorded?
For you,
Uh-huh.
yes, I'd be glad to do that for you. Yeah, no problem with that. Connie, different business, right?
Well, most of them.
Everything's gotta come to us.
Everything's been Zoom, yeah.
It's gotta come to us anyway.
It's the only
but,
way it works.
You know, I've been sitting here listening,
Thank you.
haven't said much, but I can see both sides of the plate here, but what comes down to me, what the biggest problem we got in schools is discipline. We've got too much going on with students. I mean, we've had bathrooms at the high school that have been torn up. And say what you want to say, it's discipline. And we need to find a way to, and the kids in the high school, my son's a senior. He feels like kids all up there get along pretty good. You know, there's not problems with, back when I was in high school, when you was a freshman, you didn't dare walk the hallway with the senior, because for a junior, you knew you was gonna get a smack upside the head with the senior ring. But discipline's the biggest thing for me. And I don't think the teachers have, they try, and it's just, their hands are tied a lot of times anymore. And that's above us as a board. That's coming from above us. So.
Lonnie, are you going to address this during your report, the behavior issues that we're having in school? Or is that, I don't know that we need to talk about. I'm understanding this group is different from the others. So, but I hear what you're saying.
Address whatever you need to address.
Okay, thank you,
I'm trying to
ladies.
get back
Thank
on the
you.
board docs.
Yes, I might need this.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Okay,
chairs.
so. Let's go to the next.
I have a motion on the table still.
Okay. You wanna,
I'll maybe address that. If the guidelines are in place that we've talked about here, discussed, and now that I have some understanding, which I had little to none, really what was going on, only what I was being told from people that probably didn't know. So with the guidelines in place, if things will be reported to the board directly, then I'm willing to rescind my motion. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I will
Okay.
rescind my second.
She had a second.
Yes.
so we don't need to take any action on that then. Okay. All right, so let's move on to item J. Approved resolution 2021-07.
All right, so this actually comes from Brown County Emergency Management. And it allows, it's simply a resolution that we have to adopt that allows us to be eligible for FEMA funds. For example, if a tornado hits Hiawatha, we have to utilize FEMA funds to rebuild our schools. That is really all it is. And if we don't do it, then I have to create some document that says why you guys don't want to do it, so that they can report out at their level. So I am a member, or I'm on that Brown County Emergency Management group. And, the schools fill this out, as do some other public entities. That's all it is. I know you probably got nervous when I said Brown County, first two words.
Okay, so do we have a,
So it would just be to adopt a resolution.
Adopt
That's why they
resolution.
hear- Okay.
2021.
I move that we adopt resolution
okay, we have,
2021-07 as presented.
I'll second.
do we have a motion?
Is this a 1-year thing? Or we?
I've never filled it out. We've
That's what I
never
said,
done
I've
it
never
before.
seen
So I don't know it. I don't know that.
Guess we'll know next year.
I'll find out at that meeting that's coming up at the end of the month. But it's a Disaster Mitigation Act, so
Pushing.
I don't know what year the Disaster Mitigation Act happened, so maybe that's a new thing. And this is paperwork associated, but I'm not sure when that occurred. No, we've never done that before. This is year 5, so.
All right, so somebody made
He made a motion, I
a
second.
second. So we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0.
2000, well, that didn't even.
Okay, item K, District Capital Projects Facility. Chris, come on in.
There are some documents for you to look at. They do have names of companies on them. This is a situation that could become a bid situation. We'll not mention companies or even probably mention prices. So.
Good evening, everybody. I am going to go through a few things that we've had happen. Obviously, we had a few exciting couple nights ago. Those are just to report on that, to give you guys a quick update. Those are being repaired. They will be done tomorrow. We had to get a new HVAC motor. So that is being taken care of. I'm keeping a close eye on any residual effects from a phase being dropped. So right now, it's going to be one of those things where it could show its ugly head in a month. It could show its ugly head in 6 months. We don't know at this point.
For insurance purposes, how that, I mean, I've got hit by lightning before, and sometimes it's several months down the road before you realize, okay, that was a lightning strike.
Sometimes it doesn't even fail that instant. It's
Right.
compromised and it
That's
just ticking clock, yeah.
So the HVAC motor was bad, and also our freezer at the middle school, the compressor was repaired today. It messed up, it locked the big walk-in, yeah.
After the brownout.
Yeah. So those two things, it was the walk-in cooler, obviously we were full of food, so we needed to get it fixed quick. So it was fixed today. The HVAC system in the tech lab will be fixed tomorrow. So that's a update from what happened on Monday.
And that's been turned into insurance.
At this time, I don't have bills on what it's going to
They
be,
will.
but they will, I'm sure.
Yeah, you need to call me tomorrow.
I can do that. I can do that.
Get it turned.
Yep. Okay, so wood shop boiler, it was brought to my attention that we went to fire it up the other day just to make sure it was good, because it was getting cool and it would not fire. So it's 2 years old. It's 2 years old. It's 2 years old. So upon investigation, we figured out what the problem was, and we've got it repaired. To give you a quick synopsis, the floor-inch flue coming out of the roof was open to the sky, and water was just running down into the burn chamber. Luckily, it's a stainless steel burn chamber, so we were able to, hopefully there's no damage. We may, once again, 6 months down the road, it may have affected the life of that boiler. I've got it up and running, and it fires every time now.
So was there rust on the burners?
No, it's stainless steel, so there wasn't any rust. There was water in it. It was completely full of water.
Can you put a 90 on it or something?
That's what we did. We went up, put a 90 and a hail screen.
Yeah.
To alleviate that so water can't get in.
The company that put that in is who again?
Fortis Industries. And when you try to
Is that
call,
Lori?
when you try, yeah.
Were they out of St. Joe?
They are out of St. Joe, and when we tried to call the number, I had a problem with the boiler last year, and when I tried to call the number, it's disconnected. So it's only going to be an assumption at this point that they could be out of business.
Did it have a weather cap at one point? Could you tell?
It was designed,
No.
they literally just, there was no cut, there was no nothing on the pipe, it was just stuck up. So you had 4 inch of water running right down into the. The HHS at the high school, we have Pod G compressor. One of the VRFs has a compressor out. Much similar to like what we had last year at the elementary school. It is being ordered and no determination when it'll be here. We are currently running on half of that unit. Half of the unit is running, it's run on 25 tons instead of 50 tons. And it feeds the whole G pod. So the whole G pod is running on half, but it is working. Luckily, cool temperatures is helping. It may be an issue when it, because they obviously, the compressors, since they're heat pumps, are used for heat. So that is being, the big one that we also had, I got called to the middle school. We have a 3 inch water main leak in the ceiling. One of the main domestic waters is leaking. Upon investigation of that and going back and looking at the 2000 plans, there are no service valves on the domestic water. There are very few. We found 6 for the whole building. Basically, I can shut half the building off right now. Tomorrow or Friday, because we have the 3 inch leak, we're going to have to, school's not in, we're going to shut the main off because that's the only way to really kill the whole building. Drain it down and put 6 more service valves in so I can isolate quadrants of the middle school in a hurry if we ever had a situation. Currently, where the 3-inch main is leaking, it's running inside the, if it was to break, you wouldn't have any choice but to shut school down. So I'm trying to alleviate it. If we had a problem, I can shut a bathroom wing down, I can shut a few classrooms down, and we can still maintain the building.
These were originally put in when the schools.
In 2000.
Have we had leaks before? I was thinking.
I have had.
We had,
It was in the ceiling.
the same line.
No, different line,
It was a different.
but it was still a big leak.
Same
Yes.
area though.
In the last year and a half that I've been here, I've had 4 leaks on main lines. And 2 of them were the HVAC hot water loop, and 2 of them were domestic water. This is the second domestic water.
Is there some point we replaced the lines?
There are thousands of feet of copper up in that. I mean, it's there's 67 heat pumps that have 2 lines going to them. I mean, that thing's just chock full of lines. That's why I'm trying to isolate Friday while we got it shut down. We're gonna put some valves in to get it where we can isolate.
So you just cut the copper and sweat some. new-
Yeah, well, they don't even cut it. They pro press them in now. They don't even solder them. They just pro press them in. So that is being taken care of Friday when nobody's in the building. And I hope I don't plug up 65 or 75 aerators.
Is it a pinhole leak or is it a seam?
They are pinhole leaks, and when you take them apart and look, you can tell literally we're at 90, where basically our water in Hiawatha is hard enough. It's thin, and it's thinning the copper down. They've been sitting there for 20 years, and that's, you know,
That's unfortunately a lot potentially bigger problem. than
it's going to be,
valve
it
or
could
a
be, yes, it could be a potential.
joint.
And my last thing to report on is our HVAC controls. And I know you guys had advised me to get some information. Lonnie had spoke when we first started today that we do have some estimates, but it's not for the public at this time, because it could go out to bid because of the cost. We have, if I'm going to try to explain it to you the easiest way I can. All of the HVAC units on the roofs are controlled by a computer. And then all of the computers are controlled by a building management system. So keep it in mind as we're discussing this, it's 2 systems. We have all of the HVAC units talking to their main controller. Then that main controller is talking to the building management control, which is what I use to adjust temperatures and look at all the things like that. As I reported last month, they had obsoleted the building management system. And it is in basically at this particular point, I'm having a hard time controlling any of our buildings with any type of control. Plus, I have no scheduling abilities. Therefore, I can't cut the heat back when it's warmer, and I can't turn the air conditioning down in the summer because there's no schedules to set that. I would have to manually do it at every building. So this building management in your board docs is some documents we did get 2 estimates at this point, and there's an exponential difference in money.
And why is that? What is one missing that the other one doesn't have?
The only thing I can say is the system is currently in there. So the cheaper of the 2, the system's already there.
And there
So
was
it's the same company.
One company has a brand name. Is there any value in that?
I couldn't answer that, to be honest with you.
I don't know if that explains some of the price differential to get.
I was shocked at the difference. It was quite a bit different.
So the price difference and the component that's already there, you know, we've been talking about price obsolescence or the obsolescence, planned obsolescence.
Right.
Is that gonna be something that we're gonna have to replace down the road?
Yes,
So-
I talked with the engineers at both companies, and they said you can pretty much plan every 5 years doing this.
So they need to put that component in their bid then.
No, you will have to do this whole process about every 5 years. All of it will be obsolete in another 5 years. So it's every 5 years, pretty much everything would.
So I guess what I'm saying, we need to know how much the total package is gonna cost
To be able
to compare them. since someday, 5 years down the road, we're gonna have to do it again. I think it'd be better to have all that information.
I just
Even
think,
though it won't be relevant.
I mean,
in 5
it
years,
won't be
it'll
the
more than
same.
that.
Yeah.
thinking back, the reason we did this bond issue is we were having to replace control systems every 5 years, and we still have to
Yeah.
replace control systems.
The way I understand it, talking with both companies, you can just pretty much think of it as your house computer. You pretty much every 5 years, you buy it and it's shot in 5 years.
So can we go back? I think we talked about at one point, going back to individual thermostats.
That would be a whole different project. At any time we can do that. That'd be a different project. This building no, you're still gonna need your building management system, whether we go with sensors or thermostats.
You might explain how many units there are, because people are gonna say, well, just have the janitor turn it down or turn it up.
Yeah.
But
So in
how
the
many units are there?
in the elementary school, there's 67 units. And in the high school, there is 64 units. And in the middle school, there's 72 units. And
So
this
there-
building management system is monitoring every one of those systems and compiling it all into a graphic where I can go to each individual room from an iPad or a computer or wherever, and I can adjust temperatures in the rooms.
But from a practical standpoint, we have to have this.
Yes.
But you could eliminate the computers, correct?
No. But what computers are you asking?
I'm
about?
just saying, if you did individual thermostats in all the rooms, I'll replace all the.
No. The only difference that the thermostat will help you with is it will give individual controls to the teacher in their room. And we can lock it to where they can adjust a couple degrees up and down themselves instead of calling me to adjust it.
But they would still need the.
They still need, you
computers
still
if
need, I hate to use the word I call it Skynet. You still need the building management system to do all the scheduling and to do all of the management and the cutbacks and basically control everything.
The teacher's able to control it from the room now.
No.
Okay.
And basically I spend a couple hours a day adjusting temperatures.
But you'd explain that there were computers that communicate with the building management system, is that correct?
Every unit has a computer and it ties to its individual controller. There is a Daikin controller
Okay.
and there is a train controller.
Okay.
Okay, so we have trains and Daikins in all the buildings. All the units up on the roofs and up in the ceilings and everything talk to their controller. Train and Daikin. Okay. Then those two controllers, like a server, are tied to the server would be the building management system. All that data gets tied into the building management system and is compiled into one interface that I can access all. It's a very complex system.
There'd be some energy savings by turning down, by scheduling it.
Yes.
So, I mean, we're gonna get something back for the system.
Yes.
So
And
we're
that-
gonna go out for bids now, or what are you proposing that we've seen options?
Hey,
And how do we build the specs for the bids? Do we want a whole system? Do we say, give us a whole system bid or give us a upgrade bid, or I guess I don't know how that's.
It's considered, okay, one is considered, it's gonna be a whole system either way. Because all the hardware has to be changed out. Whichever company we go with or we choose to go with,
A third company.
all the hardware has to come out because it's obsolete. A new hardware has to go in, much like changing your tower out or your monitor. It all has to come out and all new come in.
So is there an advantage to working with a company we worked with before on those systems and who installed those systems? Is that going to be a better route, a cheaper route? Or really?
But wait a minute, that company though, because I sit on that bond committee.
I know I wasn't there.
Yeah, I was on that bond committee.
I wasn't here.
And when they discussed it, I mean, this was a 15-year plan and this was gonna be a 15-year fix.
Okay,
That's why.
I believe what they were talking about is the equipment will last 15 years. When they're
No,
talking,
they told us.
It was,
We do the
we got
bond
sold a
thing.
bit of a bill of
We
goods
did.
on some of this. There's no question about it. And so I have reservations about using them again. However, when you have a 50% difference in price, that tends to offset some of that. So
There's gotta be something.
There might be other companies.
yeah.
And I think you make them specify exactly what equipment they're gonna use.
which
estimates have.
Their estimates have
because-
all of the equipment.
Yeah.
And then another
Diagram.
rep that I happen to know.
Yep.
an estimate,
Yep.
that was it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the bid's created that we're not getting apples and oranges and that kind of thing.
Right,
Yeah.
and think that one's way more expensive, but it's because
It's a better system.
because it's, yeah.
It's reasonable.
Is that something that we have time to do?
Currently, we are in our Daikin on top of the building management system, what we're talking about currently. We have had to do a repair on our Daikin controller. So all of the Daikins at the elementary school, all the units, the 67 of them are talking to a Daikin iTouch. That iTouch is bad. And so Daikin TMI is currently in the process of repairing it to the tune of $9,000. So on top, so think of that as just a repair for what we currently have. That's not going to fix my ability. I mean, that will allow me to adjust temperatures now, but it doesn't fix the building management system, the obsolescence of the building management system. You got to think of it as two different systems.
That's an OS system or issue too, partially, right?
What's that?
Operating system changes. or-
The big thing, what I was told by the engineers, the reason the building management, the big system is not working is when Windows or whatever did away with JavaScript, which I think in Windows 10, it went away. When that happened, primarily most all the graphical interface was run through Java, and that's where we're having troubles. It won't open up because it can't find Java. That was what I was told.
I do have a question. And now's not the right time to ask it, but one of these says that it's an agreement for 3 years.
I can go
One
through that
does
with you.
Not
Yes.
specify at all.
So, yes, if you want to get into that's actually a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. So one company will spread out their amount over 3 years.
That was a 14,000.
And that's not a per,
No.
And
Whoops.
that's not a per year number on there. That's a number to be divided by 3.
yes,
Per year.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And in that 14,000,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Dang it.
Yeah.
in that figure, there is a portion of that is a maintenance agreement. So then after 3 years, that contract would go to just a maintenance agreement.
Well, we'll have 2 years left. We're gonna replace it all anyway.
Yeah.
I can't read.
I just, do hospitals replace all of their HVAC? Does Walmart replace their HVAC every 5 years? Or is it just because we're the school district and we're guaranteed money?
Right.
In talking with their service techs, there are numerous schools that are going through this right now. And there are one of their engineers told me when they were up analyzing all of this, the reason that it is obsolete right now is because when it was put in, it was on the end of it was going to be obsoleted a year later.
So it's not an old model.
An old model, and the new system wasn't out yet, so they had to put it in.
That's enough to make me want to.
That answers.
Well, we'd have to wait a year.
You would have had to wait a year, you wouldn't have had your building management system.
We figure that out.
So I wanted to report, that, there's quite a bit of stuff going on.
So back to the question, do we have time to?
Well, the lead time is 10 to 12 weeks.
Yeah, we have
They
time.
say before they
We
even
do
the
have time on the
product.
building management system. The $9,000 repair is in the process of being done because I have to have that because I cannot currently
Yeah.
give any type of stability to the elementary school. And
So if it gets cold and you said how many weeks out again?
10 to 12 weeks.
If it gets cold, really cold in November, I mean, could we? And because we have a couple units that are down in addition to this other issue, are those still going to be functioning, or are parts going to be in, or are we going to be able to run off the DOAS like we've done
Yes,
before?
we have the ability to run off the DOAS. Currently, the elementary school where we had all the problems last winter, everything's running fine.
Not working November,
Remember,
working January.
keep in mind, when we went through our district tour last year, we're sitting in the library in elementary school, and I kind of reminded everybody that this system, even though they sold you that it was a 20-year system, realistically, end of life is going to be about 10 years. So you're going to exponentially in the next 3 years see large bills on repairs until we have to do something. You're going to have main units start going down. You've got about a 3 to 5 year floating time with the new system. But from year 5, 6 on to 10, you're going to start having issues.
So that DOAS, if we have to go to that, it's fairly expensive to run, correct?
Very expensive.
Okay,
It
so
has-
are we stepping over a penny to, or pound to pick up a penny?
Yeah.
If we have to run that because we're waiting to get bids out, I mean, how quick do we make up, say any numbers, the difference between those two systems?
I couldn't answer that, to be honest with you.
A month, you think? What, a month?
Maybe 2, 3 months.
So there's something to consider right there.
You mean in favor of the?
Well, I mean, if we wait to see if we can get a better deal than what's in front of us here and put it out. And meantime, it fails and we're chalking up huge bills because the way we have to run it with the
DOAS, yeah.
We eat up any discount we get pretty quick.
It's gonna be expensive.
Yeah. So just putting that out there.
Andre's got my question to Walmart.
Only when it needs replaced. We opened in March of 2006 and haven't replaced it yet.
15 years.
And I know, like what you said, Walmart's controlled by Bentonville. So they're going to have a building management system throughout the whole United States.
So what do we
But we
advise?
didn't let this go to bid anyway.
We haven't.
We haven't.
Right, so I mean, we can't do anything
Right.
with this tonight.
This is not an actual bid, I guess. Yeah, so,
Yeah, so I mean, we would have.
Now
we
you're
didn't let it
right.
You're gonna have to go to bed
tonight.
and get anything going.
Right.
And then you either accept the bid or you don't.
We
Right.
probably want to do a special meeting to accept that. Time is of the essence.
Right.
Yeah, how long do we want to leave that out there?
How long would it take somebody to actually give us a bid for the project we're talking about?
Yeah.
The second company that came up, that they were up here for a day, 2 days, and they took about a week to get it numbers back. The other one, give them a phone call, they'll be up 1 day. They already know all the systems. They can put it together right away.
What's your recommendation to put this out for bid until
Probably 2 weeks.
I would think 2 weeks.
2 weeks? And 2 weeks means that we'll bring it, we'll
From the
allow
time
time to
we put
bring
it
in
out.
everybody that wants
So
to.
it's gonna take, you gotta put it together.
Yeah.
Bid packets and everything.
2 weeks from the time it's released.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe it has to go in the paper.
You need to get on that right away. Yeah.
Right.
So then, yeah, you and Levi would need to start.
Yeah.
So do we need to
New thing.
have action?
Motion to let bid.
Yes.
Okay. So I would,
Who's gonna create the spec sheet? You?
The spec sheets are pretty much configured already from the 2 companies. I mean, we can get a third company in here and they can look at.
So are we bound to take the lowest bid? Because sometimes that gets us in
No,
trouble.
you're not, actually.
Because the lowest bid may not be the best bid overall.
I know you said apples and oranges, you never get, you're gonna get apples and oranges, not
You
apples.
never
and
do.
oranges, which makes it really hard to take the lowest or whatever bid because they're not going to be the same.
I just don't want to be bound. to-
What I have a little concern about is, one company's gonna sell you and say, we're the best. The other one's gonna say, we're the best, and you'll never know till you get one, you bite the bullet and put one in. And that's,
Base it on past experience.
yeah, based on, yeah, so
So I would,
No, I mean,
just out of curiosity, get a hold of Chad at Walmart and see what kind of units them were up there with the name brand on it.
I think talk about your apples and oranges. We've got 80,000 different units and they've got a great big open warehouse.
yeah.
Our requirements are.
But I mean, nonetheless,
Schools
find
are
out what
different.
brand it is. Maybe
Well,
they
that's-
make both.
I mean, I'm sure that they make.
So
them
keep in
more
mind,
than
as you're
Walmart,
talking
so-
about,
Right.
as you're talking about that, the brand of unit on the built roof doesn't matter. Whether Walmart had Rude or they had, American Standard, we have Train, which is one of the best
Yeah.
around, and we have Daikin, which is one of the most fancy VRF systems that they make. That particular part of it really is what's going to get into when we talk apples to apples is the controls of those units.
Well, all right. So
All right, I
I'm gonna,
move we let bids for the HVAC control system.
Okay, we have a
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes 6-0. Okay, item L. Superintendent report.
I'm going to start with the health update and let me get back to it over here. I'm actually going to go to that section. But you do have access to, now I would say, it was new data Monday. It's not been updated since then. So you have access to that. We would be gating in a green gating criteria right now. The data is there before you. I'm trying to get this back here. All right, so back to the, so we want to talk about I want to talk about the testing. Okay, so a while back, we agreed that we were going to be looking at, we're going to utilize the KDHE testing in our schools. When we made the decision that we weren't going to do the deep quarantine, that we had a discussion with them, and they finally gotten back to us. They said, well, you're not eligible then for that testing. So really, there's no question for you to, there was, as of Monday, as of today, this afternoon, now there's not a question that you need to decide whether or not you're going to keep those things or send them back. We've had to send them back. If we change our mind on what we do in quarantine, we're sure we can get that again, but for now it's gone. What I'm not sure about is one of the components we agreed to, and we don't have a clarity on this. We don't really have an exact answer, was the PCR for our staff who were symptomatic, which we thought was of value.
Which is the test to know, which is different.
Well, no, the PCR is the big one,
Yeah.
and it is test to know. Yes, it is a test to know, but it's the PCR.
Yeah.
Brain swab, just for our staff who are symptomatic. We don't know whether they're going to say you can't do that because it just got here. So, I've asked Aaron to find out, call Kim at KDHE and find out if they'll let us do that, because I feel like that's a different thing.
Even if not, they can go to the hospital if they have symptoms, they get a test. So
I think though that we would get that result back a lot more quickly for our staff. It could help us out, because, that would
Is
help us.
that not the one, though, you have to have special training in order to do that?
And Erin
Or
has-
Erin said she
Erin-
had it in Missouri, but not in Kansas.
They've got it now as far as
She's
I
got
know.
it in
Yeah.
Kansas, okay,
I can't remember the name of it, but yes.
okay.
Yeah. But I don't know if that's even an option, so we're gonna have to find out. So that was new information today. All right, now to the principal's report, superintendent's report, sorry. All right, KASB conference is coming up. I know that I think Ian is going to attend. It's in Kansas City. I have actually a reservation for everybody. I just need to cancel them if you're not going to do it. So I would ask that you get with me, let me know, or let me know tonight, let me know here the next few days. It is a month earlier than it has ever been. And I can't tell you why that is. I do not know why it's a month earlier. It's always been the beginning of December, now it's beginning of November. And I don't know why that is. I don't like it, but there it is.
So is Ian going to be our voting member?
If he's the only one there, it seems like it might fall on him.
I was gonna go, but that's not gonna work out for me. My youngest turns 18 that day, so I will be celebrating that with him.
So if you can think about it if you want, just let me know what you want to do. I'll probably bug you again in a couple, probably tomorrow. I'll bug you again about it. So
tonight, that means we can leave after work.
So yeah, they would come down on Friday evening, and then on Saturday, you're in your sessions all day. There's programming on Saturday night. Sunday morning, there are some programming. Only person that has to stay on Sunday morning is the voting delegate. Well. It's not my deal.
Mr. Happy
It's not
Pants
my
over there.
option.
It's actually a pretty good.
They have great sessions.
It's pretty educational.
I always.
And you're in them with superintendents and with board members. And
You'll run into somebody that.
it is in Wichita again.
Casey.
No, it's in Kansas City, actually.
Where were you? You were
Over
from
in
out
Park
west,
Convention
right?
Center.
You'll run into somebody.
Where it was last
Is
time.
that where you was? I thought you was out.
Oh, you can put me down.
Woohoo! You want to be the voting delegate?
I've already done that.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's my turn.
Have you ever voted before?
I've
You
never
nice
been to
little
one.
paddle?
8 years, I've never been to one. I was hoping to get through the
Oh.
whole thing without it, but here we go. So I'll
But
be-
it is, and if you're gonna go, I mean, it's usually it goes Wichita to Overland
It
Park.
bounces back and forth.
So if you're thinking about going, Overland Park's a lot shorter drive.
I'll be at a concert on Friday. I'm gonna go directly from there to the conference center.
Look at
So,
you.
yeah.
So I go see if I find.
There you go. There you go.
Anyway.
All right.
High school, Hiawatha High School had, so again, anybody else, let me know, please. Hiawatha High School Service Day was last Friday, and it went really as planned. I talked to my own 2 kids about it, different takes on it, but they helped people sometimes in their house cleaning, sometimes it was out in the yards cleaning, sometimes it was city stuff, sometimes it was, one of my kids was, using a saw and not a power, not a chainsaw. But, sawing down limbs and trimming trees, and I think it's a great thing that they do, and we've done that, and something like that in every district I've been in. Usually it's more of a community cleanup. This is just a little different take on that, but a lot of good pictures from that. Kylie, I don't think is here yet, but I've shared with you a little bit about an issue we have with the middle school basketball this year, and every year, at least in the past, we've been able, except for I think last year we didn't. We've been able to use that armory. Because of COVID, there were some Department of Defense rules that have to be followed. It's everything, and it's pretty draconian, really. I mean, it's masks, it's absolute certain cleaning requirements that have to happen. The masks have to stay on the whole time. You can't bring in outside.
On the bench.
Even on the bench. Everybody, you can't bring in like food items, drink items, nothing like that.
No concessions.
No, right. So it is, and there are just a lot of issues with that. We need to figure out if the juice is gonna be worth the squeeze on that. And I was hoping Tyler would be able to tell me those numbers, but
Can we juggle the schedule at the high school to utilize that facility for HMS games, or does that help? Or do we already?
it could. You create a different issue, so then when your high school go, well, they go over to that, and the same thing would apply to some degree, except for you wouldn't have fans.
We're doing morning practices in basketball?
Well,
We have in the past.
you could, and you could do more of that if you decide that, hey, we're going to have to do ball games and spread them out on our campuses. Actually, we have a lot more kids out for basketball. So
Because Armory's
that's
been closed off to us before.
And it's closed off also to the city league stuff, the kids basketball. They're gonna
What's
deal with the
practice?
same.
What's practice look like at the Armory? I know games are masked and everything, but.
It'll be the same rules,
It will.
mask, yeah,
Have we-
absolutely.
Have we used the Armory to date as far as practices?
This year, I do.
Your principal's here.
Is Kylie here?
Yeah.
All right. Would you be able to kind of give us some information about the armory and the venue and the restrictions on that?
Yes, absolutely.
I've given some, and you'll do a better job. Happy birthday. Leslie.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I haven't had that yet, but that's my 11 o'clock snack tonight. No, just basically, if we are wanting to use the armory, we have to be masked. The players have to be masked on the bench. So similar protocol to the past. They have to have temp checks at the door. There is no food or drink allowed in the armory, and it has to be thoroughly cleaned and wiped down. That's just their guidelines, and if we're willing to comply, then we can use it.
If we use it for practices.
Yes.
Then are they allowed to have water bottles?
Yes, athletes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Just no spectators, food or drink. Yep. Yes, good
Last
question.
year, we didn't use the armory. Correct. as far as
Yes,
games.
yeah, yeah.
What are the numbers wise middle school basketball girls that we know of?
Yeah.
Compared to last year?
I couldn't say for sure because I wasn't looking at last year's number when I looked today, but it's 14 and 12. I think it dropped to 11. So we're sitting around 24, 25 kids, depending on the day. I mean,
How
you're
does
going to
that
drop a
compare?
few.
Between two different grades.
Yeah, 14 eighth grade, and there was, I think, 12 or 11 last I looked on the 7th grade team. So they're still hoping to play. Yeah, girls, they're still hoping to play 2 games 8th grade, 2 games 7th grade. It's similar, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I couldn't say for sure, but I think it was pretty similar. We always get into a few issues where, maybe we have several injuries or something. We might have to back it down to 3 games, but we try to play 4 because we get more playing time for kids. And That's the
If you're
plan.
doing 4 though, you really need to have that extra venue.
Well, yeah, I mean, 4 games puts us being pretty late for weeknights for middle school kids. It really does, especially if you're going to Perry or Jeff West, Royal Valley, those so ways away.
Well, I guess what I was
4
asking
games
is
in one
if
gym.
practice looks different and it's easier than the game situation
Mhm.
where everybody has to wear a mask, then why can't we ship the high school teams there for practice and use both gyms? Or
It's something that could be explored. It's not been
That sounds pretty simple.
if,
really-
if it's different, I mean,
I
if,
mean,
if
I
it's
mean, it's-
difficult to practice there and they have all
practice.
kinds of restrictions, no, but.
And last year, I know in middle school boys, we used the high school some.
We did.
It bounced around last year from 7th grade and 8th grade at one or the other. And I'm wondering if that isn't what the high school did last year, was practice over at the Armory.
I think they actually, no, we didn't have access to it.
I don't believe so.
They practiced in the mornings.
Yeah,
It's
I've,
open now, right? Because it was.
Yeah.
closed.
it is.
Can't host games in there, but.
It's-
good practice.
I've asked about the Fisher Center. They don't feel like it's an ideal situation because a lot of times they have events setting up and things. The consistency with it, I think. The high school is not always a popular choice for the middle school events just because it kicks high school athletes out and, but it is something that we can make that decision.
Well, when
and
they say thoroughly clean.
and they mean it, we've
I-
wiped down
yeah,
everything.
Yeah, and I think.
I'm wondering if we have the custodial staff to do that. We
Exactly.
barely have enough to do our own.
One thing to do the hardwood and the bench or
Yeah.
whatever for practices, but to do the stands.
Well, when I read through the regulations on it, they wanted us to take a wipe and wipe down every every seat. I did ask Ben to reach out to them to see if we could just use the static sprayers because that would be a much more efficient way to be able to clean that. And they felt like that would be probably okay, but they were going to make sure. So, and that wouldn't be so bad, just going through and spraying everything.
Do you want us to explore
The high school.
having the high school practice over there so that we can
Or if
utilize
they could, the high school could practice it early in the morning or whatever, so.
How
I think that's just putting a lot of.
we have?
Not a lot. We usually split 50-50. So we're probably looking at, 6, 7 games maybe.
So it'd just be 6 or 7 times.
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point.
And really, if you think about
And then
volleyball's
boys
getting ready
season
to, volleyball's getting ready to finish up. And so, we could run into a few issues there with them needing to practice volleyball in their gym. That could be a little bit, that could be a little bit of an issue,
Is
but
middle school basketball done before the end of the year?
For girls.
yeah,
For girls,
yeah,
okay.
boys will start.
Boys will start
yeah.
after,
They usually start practicing Christmas break and yeah. So the only just say, for example, we play Monday night at home. So we're set up to use the Armory. Well, I believe, I can't say off the top of my head because I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I believe the high school volleyball team will probably still be, practicing,
they have
playing.
a-
So
Next Tuesday, they have a.
they've game
they have
there.
Their senior night.
Yeah. So they'll want to
Probably-
use the gym.
Your biggest challenge is going to be keeping concessions out of your stands.
Yeah.
So who's
we
gonna corral that?
we don't have
You?
them.
You're gonna have people bringing their own food.
They're
in
gonna
and
bring
do
their
that.
own,
All
right, that's
that.
what I mean.
I'd
That's
say the best-
at the door there.
I'd say
Yep.
The best video on this is to look to see if we can't work it out
Okay.
and not use the arm at all.
Worst
Mm,
case
fine.
scenario.
I mean,
Or for practice.
Yeah.
yeah, but for practice, it would be great.
Because then you
Yeah.
wouldn't have to deal with the stands.
Right,
You just have
right.
to deal with our seats and.
Right.
Yeah. It is a lot of working with custodial staff. Sometimes there's things that come up that put us in a tough
Hey,
spot.
2 years ago, we weren't having practice.
Yeah, that's
Okay?
right.
So
Yep.
let's.
Not a big problem.
Yeah.
Oh, So,
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Business roundtable. We kind of had an abbreviated meeting this morning. Attendance wasn't real good. We're going to try to have another one in November. I know really what I'm wanting them to, we're going to present about, we're not, I'm going to have Kelly Griswold present on the JAG program because it jobs for American graduates. It's about career preparation. So, and we're also, so really one of the goals I had for that meeting, we didn't really go down. That had to do with how do we maximize facilities to work with the demand for the jobs and the programming that is out there right now. So because we didn't have a big crew, we did not really investigate that today. So, but we will.
I noticed on her letter, she's at maximum capacity for students in that program,
Which
the
one?
JAG,
Yeah.
right? In her
Yes, she
newsletter.
is. Oh, yeah.
Do we have kids that are wanting in that program?
I don't know if we have anybody that's being left out, I think is your
Yes.
question. I don't feel like there is.
I would like to
But
know
I
the
will
answer to
find
that.
out. We've also been looking at, so if it's working there, where might that be able to go? Might it be able to filter down into middle school? Because I think it's in larger districts, there's also a middle school component to that. as
Well, I was gonna say that teammates, the Tom Osborne teammates mentoring system starts up this next
Yeah,
month.
so
Training
we
starts.
have our training on the 30th, right?
Yeah.
Yes, 30th. So we have training for teammates, and like I mentioned, the teammates is the mentoring program for middle school right now. But the idea is when they go up to high school, the mentor goes up with them. So that finally is happening on the 30th. So we've got that going as well. And the JAG has a huge mentoring component to that as well. Actually, I think it'd be a good idea to have Kelly present to you guys, maybe December or something like that.
I appreciate her newsletter.
Mhm.
I think it's.
Yeah,
That is
really-
nice.
She's really getting after it. I see the kids out doing a lot of different things, you know, and a lot of employer they call it employer engagement. So we called it, you know, career exploration, where employers visiting with our students and telling them the skills that they need to have, everything. The technical skills, the training, and the soft skills.
Because I just saw on St. Joe last week, like the manufacturers were open for kids for a day. I'm like, oh, if I would have known before, that would have been a great opportunity for some of those kids to go over. And they listed all the manufacturers that were open, and they had people that were taking the kids around.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm like, what a great idea. But I didn't see it till afterwards.
So, yeah, she is really doing.
You do that?
Getting after it with that program.
Definitely.
Facilities consulting, Jerry McCall and I have been visiting a little bit. If you would like, he would like to come and visit and kind of begin discussing in November, a little bit more, picking back up from, I don't know when we met with him last year.
I think we just.
Seems like
have
it was
to.
last spring.
Yeah.
Have you ever
So-
been?
And I think,
So, yes.
Oh, okay.
So if you're good with that, then Jerry will plan to be here in the November board meeting, okay? Speaking of November 2nd is board elections, okay? Now, we know we're gonna have 2 new members. We might have 3, but either way, there's gonna be substantial difference in the board. So, I've talked with Doug Meckel, KSB, hey, you know, how should we really proceed with that? He said 2 things. Really, it's gonna be timely, probably more like February or even March, to do an entire board training. Just to kind of revisit the refresher course for our board and the required, Keith, you remember going to that? You never got a chance to go to it because COVID shut all that down. So he would bring that here to us. But in the meantime, he feels like it's a good thing to do, and he's got some resources for us, is when we know who our elected folks are, then before they get on the board. That's really crucial. You got to do this before they get on the board. Otherwise, we're going to be violating an open meetings law. So they're not board members at that time, but he said it's really important for the board officers or whoever you designate to do some orientation for the new board members. So he has sent me some resources when it's timely. We'll talk about when that's going to happen. He says it needs to happen before they take office, so ideally December.
Is this different than new board training? Some have been through?
The orientation is different than new board training. It's more about you as a board sharing with, it's really about giving information that is about our district to the new board members.
So it would
And
be
how
the-
do we do certain things?
It would be the old board that would be sharing information with the new.
Yes. No more than 2, yeah, right. No more than 3 members.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So it's not really a board meeting. It's just,
No.
there'll be 2 current
Right.
board members. that can-
And that way, those new people aren't board members, so yeah. But then the boardsmanship training he would bring that here in like February.
Would that be a board meeting at that point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure would be.
How have we had like the?
We've
board
done it
meetings?
before. Actually, last time you guys did that was one of my very first meetings. So
we had
Now,
Doug in this room for.
a couple different
Yeah.
times. And you had Doug and you had Randy Wiesman here, and we were talking about facilities.
I guess even for superintendent search, we've done it.
Yes, we have. Keith went down to, I don't know where we went, Keith, but we went somewhere for people. And I went to training. It was at a school building, that's all I remember.
I've done it twice, this, with the boardsmanship, where it's like a big for new board members and
Yeah.
so forth. One was a KSB. Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, Andre didn't get that opportunity, so. But he'll come to us, is what I'm saying. So he'll come to us and nobody.
So if Jerry's gonna be up here in November, when will he come back again?
That's up to you.
I was gonna say, because with us having a new board members coming on, would that make sense to wait till we know who's on the board?
I think I would rather have him
I
come
would
twice
agree.
than wait and come once, because the train has just completely.
Well, it
gone
has.
on that, and- Yeah,
That's,
no, I hear what you're saying, but I would rather have him come then.
I just don't want him to have him come back here and repeat himself to the board. is all I was
Can
gonna
the candidates be invited to sit in on that?
It's a board meeting, yeah.
Maybe they're listening, so.
Yeah, one of
Have
them.
him come. But the-
And by then, by the time the board meeting is, you'll know who the board members will be.
Yeah, yeah, you will.
I would certainly hope that our board member elects would come to meetings after the election's over, but that's just a statement.
All right, next thing in your, I've got an attachment here for you to look at. Remember the last meeting, it was a symmetry. Remember that was our gas provider that we're no longer, K-Jump is no longer working with. So it was a settlement agreement. For some reason, only the very
Last
tiny
page.
portion of the last page showed up on there.
Mhm.
And I caught me by surprise, and then it didn't look familiar to me as to what it really was. But we had to get that signed at a certain point in time. So really, it's the settlement agreement, and I don't think you're gonna have any problem agreeing with it, since our bill went down from like went down from $50,516.30 for the month of February to $11,100.63. I didn't feel like you'd probably have a problem with that.
It's still crazy, but less crazy.
Is that close to normal? I don't
The
know.
11 is, yes.
So it's more average.
Yeah, but you know what happened last February?
Right.
There was
Right.
that crazy stuff. And the reason it went down is because K-Jump has attorneys, that's why. So Tom has already signed that. I think it probably I think the right thing to do though is if you guys would approve him signing that, I think that would clean up a loose end.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion on.
It's already been done. You
Yep.
got it
Yeah.
done. Second.
So mistake was later, but
You gotta call the vote though.
Huh?
You gotta call the vote.
I was reading.
It's been moved and seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0.
That was kind of lightning fast. Yes, it was.
And it's part of special ed too.
Mhm.
So who is, I think that number's gonna have to give us.
They're right. I was on. my
Oh,
phone.
yeah, you were there.
Hey.
Via iPad,
Are you done?
via iPad.
No, I was.
No, I'm not done. Thank you.
Run the combine.
So we had a pretty decent crowd. Apparently we got boring. But because of that, I think probably it is time to think about, and you did hear one of your patrons ask about it. What do you want to do in the future as far as meeting venue?
Have we resolved anything tonight, do you think?
There's only one way to know, and that.
Well,
We'll know
Now,
next month.
Yeah, I think we'll get it.
Yeah.
I
it's
would
your
hope
guys'
some
call.
minds were put at ease tonight.
It's your guys' call, so what you want to do. Do you want to just?
I mean, technology wise, there was,
Look at
it's
it.
good here, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
For the
Well,
PowerPoints.
we've
and-
had it.
It works well for you too. It does.
We finally streamlined the system. That is one thing I would say. I think regardless of what we do, even if we move to a venue with 1,000 seats, I don't want to stop streaming the meeting. I think it has value beyond just allowing for, virtual seating.
I think that's just how it is.
That's just how it is now,
That's
right.
How entities do their meetings now anyway. So,
And not that there won't be other issues down the road, but this is where it's been a good venue for next week. It's technology rich here if we need to do any kind of presentations or anything. This is a good place for
Are
it.
there any ideas if it does continue to be big, where to do it?
You're pretty
Is that
limited
Amazon?
on what you're gonna do. You're gonna have to do it probably at the auditorium. Middle school library, we use that because we were spacing ourselves out. of COVID.
That
That's
wasn't
not-
good for
no.
patrons. So what
So
about the?
you can't really use it well, but the problem is Monday nights, we have a lot of basketball games. So
Okay.
we utilize those facilities. So I really think your option probably
Yeah.
on our campuses would be the high school.
It seems like the only,
I
and,
can't think of another.
and at least there's AV there. I mean,
Oh,
you know,
yes, it can be done. Yeah, we do it. So I think if you get to that point and you want to expand the venue, then there's your.
I said let's try another month and see if we make a decision about it. This has worked so well for so long. but-
has it been in this venue since you began? So we're going back to 2002, 2003?
2001, and it was big groups then because of the mascot issue. I mean, we had people outside the building, hallways were full, and people outside the building, so it's been bigger crowds.
Yeah, and something we didn't have back then, we didn't have
We had
a
the same chair.
We didn't have
I think
it.
Back to the radio.
I have to agree with John. Let's go
Play by ear.
play it by ear.
Yeah, I think if it's large again, though.
Yeah.
Because I expressed my concern to Tom, that, I've been at meetings outside of the school, and if you feel like your voice isn't being heard, or you can't hear what's being said, you feel put out. And I think, we're a public school, we're publicly funded. I think we need to provide places for people, and the whole fact that this was packed, to me, is a problem when we can't.
And I agree.
And I don't want to be a COVID hotspot. I don't want to be on the
I
national news.
agree.
Jeans off.
But if the people that are coming here to watch and not speak can watch it on YouTube. We're streaming it. And we can only have so many people speak in one night.
Right. I mean, I don't have a problem with this limited like we did it tonight. I think that's a great idea. That gives the people that want to have something to say the opportunity to speak. I don't think we should get rid of public comment. I think we should limit like we have been doing. But I think if we're going to have 50 people in this building, I think we need to be able to accommodate 50 people to sit down and to run a
In the same
meeting and
room?
not have conversations out in the hallway where you're trying to conduct a meeting in here. And I will give kudos to the audience. I didn't hear any heckling tonight, and I appreciate that. Because sitting here, we all give of our time. And to me, the last meeting, I was frustrated and I was disappointed that some of what was said and how it was done.
It was a Robinson melodrama.
Yes, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But I understand that they're frustrated also when they feel like we don't accommodate them, we don't have room for them. And so.
And we have been nice and we've listened to both sides.
Right.
For 4 months in a row.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We know where we're at. We gotta move on to.
I will agree with Amy, though, if the civic interest remains as high as it has been, and that seems to have become the new norm, then then we have outsized this room.
And
If the tide goes back down,
right,
then
I hope civic interest stays that strong. I
Yeah.
mean, that's ideal situation.
Right.
We have engagement. People want to run.
well, and that's my big point about streaming it. Not only do we have a record of everything that goes on, which I think is good, I think it's benefited us already, but there's people who would never come up here and sit that actually watch.
right.
And so I do think the public is more informed about what goes on at the board meetings.
Well,
Not just for entertainment value, but
Well,
sometimes.
that's
Somebody told me it was must-see TV.
Yeah,
so-
yeah.
It just seems like to me that for months, we maybe have 2 people back there.
Yeah.
And now we've got 40 or 50. So, and if this dies down, I guess maybe we'll see what happens. We can go to have it at the high school. If it dies down, we can bring it back here. I don't know, but
2 spectators at the high school seems.
well,
So
I
think
agree.
either
And
way.
there's gonna be nights where it's at the high school, you'll be out there anyway, because you're gonna have
Games.
well, assemblies for
Concerts.
concerts for the
Music
schools.
programs.
Yeah, music
Now,
programs,
so we
so.
could probably avoid those. I don't know, we probably even have some programs on Wednesday night too.
I had to miss quite a few board meetings or programs with the other because.
Anyway.
It's a valid concern, so I just,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. All right, so anything else? Okay, special ed, item M.
the PTAC units are supposed to be, they were on the truck.
It's for the heating units.
Yeah, the little
Oh, yeah.
individual
The
units.
hotel units.
Yep, they were on a truck. They weren't sure, but you were expecting that as soon as they got here, they were gonna be able to install them. And we did also talk about, what Ian said about increasing the budget and what they asked for from the districts. Because of all of their increases that they've been having, like the health insurance.
So
one.
just to be clear, what I said was
What
doing
you
it
said was a little bit every
incrementally,
year.
a little by each, yeah, instead of waiting and then having a big jump. Right, okay.
Correct. Just asking for a little at a time. so They don't fall behind or have to.
Make a huge
And
budget
it's-
adjustment.
And what we budget for negotiations, when the districts go above and beyond, then we're hamstrung because we budgeted for this amount of gain, but to keep up with the other districts, we need to be up here. And so that may create a situation where they'd have to come back. I mean, it wasn't planned. We just should have budgeted more quickly if we knew that the districts were going to be doing it. And I don't know if that's communication between the administrators or what's the best way to keep everybody on the same page so that we budget enough for that and don't have to come back and ask for more.
It's a paradox because as this board, you want to do what's best for your district, but then you also understand there is an impact on what you can do or need to do.
And then there's the Horton dynamic also.
Right.
Which is what Horton does affects it. So and there wasn't anticipation of needing to come back to the districts, but due to negotiations, it could happen. You know, I wouldn't completely rule it out. I don't think it's a huge thing, but to keep our budget where we have the carryover that we've been advised to have, we'd have to get into that to do perhaps some.
And some of that is impacted by the Medicaid.
Right.
Issues and staffing and how we're allowed to get the Medicaid funding.
You asked about communication. The problem with that is I can't really go talk to Becky and Jason down there about what we're
Negotiating.
Right.
You know, I really can't. But when it becomes a real deal, yes. we talk and meet.
Could you two administrators make recommendations as to what she might consider the budget for raises?
Without saying.
Because we don't have to spend up to it.
We don't what?
Because we budget for it, correct?
We budget for our, well, yes.
And so if
Well,
you know what that amount is, if we can share what we budgeted with what.
I mean, honestly, when we say we budget, when it comes to pay raises, we really, if the budget cut really is set for us based on what the aid is going to look like. So.
But the budget we've approved, it's built into that. That's a public number.
Yes, to some degree.
Okay, well, if we can share.
Because remember, the budget is an estimate, nothing more. nothing less.
Correct. Yeah, it allows us to spend up to that much.
And do we take into consideration how much aid is supposed to be this year? Absolutely. You know, it's supposed to go 3%. Yes, we factor that.
Right.
So I guess we wouldn't have to share that information, but we're probably gonna have to come and ask for more money. I mean, that's-
You can always ask.
We need a yes.
What I'm saying, you can always ask.
Well, if Topeka is telegraphing what's going to be coming down the pike the next year, then that information, if we're going to get another 3%, then you can about figure what that's going to look like in increases and then on down, because that's the new money. I mean, that's just the way we look at it every year. So that's not like secret information that Hiawatha's going to get 3%, but Horton's going to get 4% or something like that. So, I mean, there's more to it than that, but when they talk about an increase in funding, we won't have that this next year though, right?
You got one more.
One more year, we got
and
one
then
more.
you're into,
The
CPI.
cost adjust, yeah.
CPI after that, which I personally don't think they'll ever see it, but because we know what inflation.
Especially does when I ask for more than they need, but there's times that I need.
There is always an argument between with them and with Horton as to which one's going to be number 2, which one's going to be number 3.
Why aren't they number 1? I mean, that's always been my thought. Why is especially number 1?
Yeah, that's not.
Well, they've always waited until last to see what the other two do. And they've been good negotiating without negotiating.
They always do wait.
They wait, and when they want to kind of hit the middle, so there is a disparity one way or another. So that makes sense.
Okay.
And part of our discussion was behavioral, our elementary school in particular. And that's what Becky was concerned about, the special ed taking action because she represents both districts. And if we do spend money on behavioral things, putting a room in down there or something, And is that really fair to Horton to fund that room? So I don't know if that's something that we particularly need to take charge of on our own. And I don't know where special ed fits into that.
So to me, the way I would look at that is it still funnels through, but we would be paying for that particular. If we added programming at the elementary, we would have to pay for that ourselves. If Ford wanted to add a programming, they would have to do the same thing. It wouldn't be something that is, everything right now is pretty much split 60-40. But this is just benefiting us and it's a need that we have, then it would be something we'd pay 100%.
So it's used for by rating and special.
Depends on how you set it up. It depends on what we, yeah, I don't think anybody would be down to that detail yet, really. They may be talking about it, but that has not been decided yet what to do. You can look at that, you can have a regular ed resource room like the amygdala room was. We've talked about how it was lost because of COVID. Anybody can use that. But we're also talking about a special ed resource room for kids who are just simply not able to function in a regular ed classroom without disrupting the learning of others and themselves. And if that's only in our district, then probably the fair thing is that we're billing and paying for that.
I'm going to give up.
I have some ideas, but
there used to be a timeout room, a padded room you'd put kids into. That's no
Can't do
longer.
it. Can't do it.
That's just not even an option.
no,
They tore them up anyways.
yeah.
So this would be a room where they're just allowed to kind of cool down and mellow out.
Imagine if you had so you're a struggling math learner, okay, and you're special ed. You might go do your math and you might start out in the regular ed room and go down to the resource room and work with somebody closer to like one-on-one situation for math. Or if your problem's not math, it's behavioral instead, same concept. And then you could go down to that kind of a room and get resources that you need that way. And I think that would look different for the need of every child's gonna look different because every child's got a different IP and they have different needs. We're talking special ed students.
Becky
Would
mentioned,
not be regular ed.
Becky mentioned space to even do it. It's
Well,
another concern that she
That's-
said
that's-
need to be
We
worked
were
out.
lacking some real estate down there. I don't think the house next door is gonna suffice. We're lacking some real estate. Options that we're looking at would be, I hate to say it, but a trailer, but when you say a trailer, it doesn't have to be for anything. You could do a speech out there. I don't think that'd probably be a good idea.
You just free up
Get
another
kids-
room, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're freeing up another room, but I think we need to look at some other options, because if you're talking trailer, that's, I mean, it's not a way down the road option, but it isn't gonna happen tomorrow. What are we gonna do in the meantime? So that's what Mr. Carver and I and Becky are kind of talking about. How do we right now use the resources we have? When we talk about space, use the ones we have right now, but use them differently. Knowing full well that that's probably only a temporary solution. We're still going to need to have more space. We know we have space issues there, period. But, we can talk about how do we get the amygdala room back. We have some ideas there with, you could probably do that 2 hours or 3. But the trailer, some other addition that way, probably not. So how are we going to do that?
So behavioral issues, is it better not to pursue an IEP with that? Because then you run into manifestation, determination issues, discipline wise. I mean,
I think you just have to do, yeah, but the behavior is, you can't really take it in. The Stanford Binet test for
So
behavior.
the school psychologist would make this determination?
And it is based on data and it's based on observed behavior, absolutely. And it's based on a history of all the different things that you've tried and it's not successful, they're going to need extra resources. I mean, IEP is really just extra resources.
I thought there were not behavioral IEPs.
There are.
The manifestation determination, that really ties your hand on what you can do. once
Sure,
you
well,
get-
special ed, you have severe limitations on what you can do when you're talking about student suspension. especially.
Mhm, right. Yeah, you just have to.
Yeah, there is not there are severe limitations with that.
I guess I'm concerned because I know there are parents that are moving their kids outside the school district because of issues in the classroom with behavior and so on. It's really stressing our teachers out. I know the teachers are just, some really good teachers are getting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that
We can't let it go. We gotta do something.
Yes.
And it's not just a special ed situation. This problem has been exacerbated because of COVID, and this is not a Hiawatha trend. This is everywhere. Everywhere. And we see it more, it manifests itself more in our younger students. If you stop to think about it, some of these kids have not yet had a normal school year. Then they were home for a period of time, and some of them, that was more damaging than it would be for a 14-year-old. It just was, and we're seeing that, we're dealing with it right now, but we are lacking some resources, and we think that that would be something.
So how can that not be tied to ESSER then? If it's directly related to COVID and not having a full school year and.
Possibly could be. I think it could be. You have to be careful because if it is that sometimes special ed is not supposed to be because of the situation. It's supposed to be an actual disability. And we all know that probably there are kids with some advantages or some disadvantages that may end up being identified as special ed. In a real perfect world, it should not have anything to do with environmental. Just
everybody was affected by this. So
Yeah,
it's all COVID.
sure.
So I don't even understand how you couldn't tie that to an ESSER fund.
I think we can investigate that.
Okay, let's move on. Anything else?
Well, okay, so we addressed the elementary issues, social media in the high school, and not maybe so much in middle school, but what can we do to assist with things that go on? Do we need legislation? What do we need to be able to enforce?
So there are things that we take to law enforcement. They can't do anything about because it actually does not violate an existing law.
So
It's mean, but that's about the extent of it.
because you get the online bullying, so there was a high school freshman made a comment to my son, which was totally out of the blue that you wouldn't have expected, but there's no consequences when you say or do anything. I don't know how you read that.
It's great about social media.
Yeah, I
There are
know.
no
It's-
consequences.
Yeah, it's anonymous a lot of times. You don't know where it's coming from. But that's what I.
And that's
how do-
added a
how
whole
do-
new component to bullying in schools.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm wondering, is legislation, do you think, a way to handle that so that the schools, I mean, we get approached by things that happen over the summer sometimes, come to you because they think it's related to the school.
Yeah.
But we can't do anything about it.
There are certain litmus tests you have to utilize. Does it create a substantial disruption in your school building? For you to really levy consequences, you have to be able to meet that criteria and say, this created, even though it didn't necessarily happen here, it's created a substantial disruption to the environment here. And sometimes it's easy to do because it's very obvious.
And do we need more discipline in our schools, quite honestly? I mean, Tom
We
has
need more
men-
discipline in our homes. We need more discipline in our
Tom has
schools.
mentioned discipline earlier on.
And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but our parents are, no, I don't hate to say it, it's just reality. Our parents are sending us the best kids they have. They're not keeping the good ones at home, unfortunately. It's not the scenario that we're dealing with. So we are dealing with some different kids than maybe we think about when you went to school. And I would say that probably some of the things that behaviors that we see in the kids now is not something we saw. Sometimes we see the same behavior we're seeing a lot younger now, but sometimes it's just behavior we've not seen before. Explosive, lack of self-control, impulsivity, that's a big one. And yeah, those are things that we're seeing. And
it just seems like they don't respect.
We don't
That's-
have the
that's
same
always
partner.
respect.
We don't have the same partnership with homes that we've had in the past.
Hey, everybody, I realize how important this is, but I feel like we've moved off special ed report quite a little bit.
Yeah.
I
agree.
Okay.
So,
I'll follow up with you.
yeah. Okay, let's move on to item N, executive session, 30 minutes.
I'd like 30, and I would ask that we have, I'd like our administrators in there with us.
Okay.
Not for the entire 30, but. I'd like
Motion to go into executive session with the superintendent, Mr. Mosier, for 30 minutes to discuss.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passed.
I gotta get, what, a 5-minute warning? or what?
Thank you.
I would like a 10 minutes. Yeah.
You're
If you don't mind. By the way, I broke Brandon's pin, so.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I fidget with pins.
Here's Okay, is everybody in?
No.
John. Okay, we're in executive session for 30 minutes. We got any action after executive session?
We go back into executive session for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. We got a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0.
Oh.
Rolling when the time comes.
Almost exactly right.
Yeah. Okay, everybody's back.
Joan is right there.
We were in executive session for
20 minutes.
another 20 minutes. Any action following executive session?
I move that we approve the hiring of Robin Cole as the Human Resources Director. That is
Here at the board office.
at the board office.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0. Item, was it O?
Oh.
I need a motion for
I
adjournment.
move we adjourn.
Second, I have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passed 6-0.
Please go to leave on.
Hasta luego. Here.